Ready to go? Everybody good, man? Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Stacy.
Morning.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Fred Farias. I'm chairman of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. It is now 9:02 a.m. I'd like to call the July 27th quarterly board meeting to order. Please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet, and those present in the boardroom may be visible to the public. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. I, Fred Farias, am present. Donna Williams, vice chair.
Present.
Richard Clemmer. Expecting him via Zoom. Stacy Hawk,
Present.
Emma Schwartz,
Present.
Ashley Thomas,
Present.
Malcolm Wilson, Daniel Wong,
Present.
Paige Sawyers. Present. Please report in the minutes that we have a quorum. Please excuse the absence of Javed Anwar due to duties requiring his attention elsewhere. Do I have a motion to approve his absence?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Williams. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. Members, those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. I am next thrilled to announce that the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board has been awarded the Exceptional Agency Award by the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, known as SHEO. The SHEO Excellence Awards recognize leadership, dedication, innovation, exceptional SHEO's agency staff, and agencies. We congratulate Commissioner Keller and agency staff on this well-deserved recognition. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so proud of our team at the coordinating board. I've always thought that we have the best team in the nation, and so I was delighted to accept the recognition from the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association. So in their Policy conference in the next couple of weeks, we'll have a number of folks there from the agency, and they'll have a spotlight on the great work that the Higher Education Coordinating Board is leading and supporting for the state of Texas. And deeply appreciate the board's support, and again, congratulations to our leadership team.
Yes, congratulations. I tell the commissioner that I've had several calls from leadership in our state government, as well as state senators and state representatives. I believe this is the first time the coordinating board here in Texas has received this national recognition. So this is a big deal. Again, congratulations. This is a great team that the commissioners put together, and it's now being recognized for the great work that this board and previous boards have done to get us to this point for higher education in our state. The next announcement is regarding the annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference. This is Texas is the country's leading change maker in higher education. We just gave a prime example, and it's being recognized. To capture the energy of the moment, we are excited to announce that the Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference is now the Texas Higher Edge, leading Texas's future. The leadership conference will be held at the AT&T Hotel and Conference Center in Austin in December on the 12th and 13th. This year's agenda will include items such as training that fulfills the statutory requirements for university regents and college trustees, as well as the 2023 State of Higher Education address by Commissioner Keller, a showcase of the STAR Award winners recognizing exceptional work of institutions of higher education. So stay tuned for registration and exciting new programming announcements coming soon. We're expecting upwards of maybe 500 plus to be the largest attendance ever, and that's our goal. And We are looking forward to it. People always have a great time and learn what's happening in our state in reference to higher education. So hopefully those also online, the institutions, their leadership, make plans to do that in December. Also, we have a great interest with Texas workforce and CEOs from around the state that want to see how higher education transforms into their plans for Texas workforce future. The final announcement I have is that Lori Five, our Deputy Commissioner of Data Analytics Innovation, will be retiring at the beginning of August. We're going to miss her. She's done a great job. Lori joined the agency in 2020 to lead the divisions of strategic planning and funding, project management improvement, and innovation and policy department development. During her time with the agency, Lori led massive data modernization efforts across the agency, and her legacy will leave a lasting impact for higher education across Texas. Lori will be sharing an overview of this sweeping efforts as featured at our major policy discussion later in this meeting, so we look forward to that presentation. Lori, we thank you for your service to our great state, and we're very appreciative of all the work that you have done to advance our mission on behalf of Texas students and institutions. We wish you all the best in your next chapter and congratulate you on your retirement. Now it's a privilege for me to introduce three newly appointed board members that Governor Abbott has recently appointed. The first is Stacy Hawk. Stacy is a private investor, philanthropist, and conservative public policy advocate who serves on the boards of Atlas Energy Services, Amynex Therapeutics, which is a privately held clinical stage drug development company, the African Dream Initiative, and the Texas Public Policy Foundation. She also serves on the Blount Museum of Art National Leadership Board, the University of Texas McCombs MBA Advisory Board, the UATX Board of Advisors. Ms. Hawk served as the Texas GOP 2020 Victory Chairwoman and as a gubernatorial appointee, Vice Chair of the Texas Commission on Next Generation Assessment and Accountability. Ms. Hawk received her Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Electrical Engineering from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and her MBA from the University of Texas at Austin. Stacy, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
Just that it's an honor to be here. I think this work is incredible. I'm grateful to the whole team, the staff, and the board, and I'm coming up to speed as fast as I can.
Thank you, and welcome to the board, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. The second appointee is Ashley Thomas. Ashley is Vice President of CL Thomas Incorporated. She is President of Victoria Main Street Program and member of the Board of Directors of the Victoria College Foundation Impact Team, St. Joseph's High School, Golden Crest Habitat for Humanity, and the Victoria Symphony. Stacy received her Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Master of Business Administration from Lynn University and a Master of Science in Sports Management from Texas A&M University. Ashley, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
I'm glad to be here and forward to the future.
Thank you, Ashley, and we also look forward to working with you. The third appointee is Gage Sawyers, our new student representative to the board. Gage Sawyers is from Van Alstyne, Texas. Did I say that right?
There you go.
Okay. Was appointed to the board by Governor Abbott in June. He will serve as the board student representative through May of 2024. Sawyers is a student at Texas A&M University School of Law, where he is focused on capital markets and private equity. Outside of pursuing his JD degree, Sawyers is passionate creative. He exited his first business, Sawyers Brand LLC, in 2022, and is currently the founder and managing partner of 903 Capital Plus Advisory, a rural Texas investment fund active in national franchise brands, core economic businesses, and consumer items. Philanthropically, Sawyers is the founder and executive director of Sawyers Salute to Service, a veterans nonprofit organization that assists post-service veterans on their path to better physical, mental, and spiritual health post-military service. Gage, welcome to the coordinating board. Would you like to say a few words?
We didn't have to read all that. No, just blessed to have the opportunity and excited to work with you all and to make a difference in the course of the year.
Well, thank you, congratulations, and welcome, Kate, and we look forward to working with you as well. The next item is item 1B on committee appointments. Effective July 25th, 2023, I made the following committee appointments. Emma Schwartz is appointed Vice Chair of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. Stacy Hawk is appointed member of the Committee on Innovation, Data, Educational Analytics, and Agency Operations Committee. Ashley Thomas is appointed member of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success and on the Committee on Innovative Data and Educational Analytics. And Kate Sawyers is appointed ex officio member of the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics, and the Agency Operation Committee. Next is agenda item 2, Commissioner's remarks. The Commissioner will provide his remarks on some of the agenda items that we'll be discussing today. Commissioner Keller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to say welcome to our new board members. So this delighted to welcome Stacy Hawk and Ashley Thomas to the coordinating board. This is such an exciting time in Texas higher education, and look forward to working alongside you. As I say to all of our new members of our leadership team, I can promise it will not be boring. We have a lot going on, and we have a terrific board that's been instrumental in driving forwards really meaningful change and expanding opportunities for Texans across the state. And I want to say welcome to our new student representatives, Kate Sawyer. So we're look forward to working with you also to support students and participate in the board over this next year. Now, yesterday, Assistant Commissioner Amy Pearson provided a summary for the 88th legislative session during the Agency Operations Committee meeting. And this was truly a historic session for Texas higher education. And I would say success for Texas higher education and for the coordinating board. The legislature committed more than $5 billion in new funding over the next biennium for our work in higher education. The legislature delivered significant investments in legislation to increase funding for student financial aid, to strengthen state support for research, development, and innovation, to increase operational funding for our colleges and universities, to bolster college and career advising, and also support innovative approaches, particularly in workforce education. But one of the highlights of this legislative session was an innovative new funding model for community colleges that was made possible because of the passage of House Bill 8. The state leaders invested $684 million as a starting point over this next biennium to support our 50 community college districts. So Texas can become a national leader in advancing opportunity in workforce development. This is truly transformative change. We're going to be talking a lot about community college finance in the board, especially in our special call meeting in August, when we'll be bringing emergency rules to the board so we can move into implementation of this new system in the new fiscal year. So this provides a clear path to advancing our state goals for building and health Texas, and empowering our Texas economic competitiveness in the future. I'm so grateful and proud of our work together to make this possible. This is extraordinarily rapid implementation of this new legislation and would not be possible if we did not have the close collaboration and support from the governor's office, from legislative leadership, from the speaker's office, Lieutenant Governor, from the authors of the bill, Creighton, Representative Gary Van Beaver. I want to say a special thanks also to the institutions and stakeholders. So even before the bill had passed, finally, the institutions were rolling up their sleeves and working with us on emergency rules and on frameworks so that we could get into implementation right away. Particularly want to say thank you to Greg Martinez and his team at the Association of Community Colleges and President William Serrata of El Paso Community College, who chairs our standing advisory committee on community college finance. And finally, I did want to say also a special thanks to our agency team who worked tirelessly to advance our work on community college finance, especially we would say thank you to Emily Cormier, to Chris Fernandez for their work on the finance team and development of a new model, to Nicole Walker Henderson and to Amy Jones from her team on their work on the rules and also to Melissa Humphreys and her work on new data submissions from the institution. So this is truly historic work. I'm so proud of our team, appreciative of the collaboration, look forward to pushing this forward. Mr. Chairman, as mentioned, our bittersweet news today is that Lori Fye is going to be retiring from the agency as our Deputy Commissioner for Data Analytics and Innovation. I was so fortunate to recruit Lori to be part of her team. Many of you know that even before I accepted this job, one of the first people I called was Lori Fye to get together and sit down and talk about the opportunities at the coordinating board and what might be possible. And by the end of that conversation, I was able to talk her into joining our leadership team to bring her vision and our talents and our energy, particularly to make our data more useful, more accessible. And you're going to hear a lot today about the amazing progress that we have been able to achieve because of Lori Fye's leadership. In the next phase of the data modernization, we won't lose a beat because Lori has been working closely with Deputy Commissioner David Troutman and on the handoff. So we're excited about the work ahead in data modernization. I'm also thrilled to announce Lee Rector has joined our team as the Associate Commissioner for Workforce Education. The coordinating board's support for workforce education is going to need to expand dramatically because of the result of House Bill 8. And at the request of the institutions, we're going to be standing up expanded support for shared services, for employer engagement, support for workforce education programs, for grant programs, and also working closely, of course, with TWC on our state's talent pipeline. So Lee has a long record of service as Executive Director of the Texas Workforce Investment Council. We've known each other a long time. I admired her work for a long time. I'm delighted that she was willing to join our team. Again, so looking forward to the major policy discussion in a few minutes about the progress we've made on data modernization. And I should mention, as part of that, as folks watching have looked at it, we have launched our new public data website where we're going to continue to roll out new data stories, new interactive tools and reports. So we're just getting started there. And I'm particularly excited about what you're going to hear about the privileged reports that we'll be providing to authorize individuals within the institutions so we can help reset the baseline for what institutions will be able to do leveraging our state data and with their own data. So that concludes my update and look forward to a productive meeting today. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members, any questions for the Commissioner at this point? If not, the next agenda item is public testimony. We have received written testimony against agenda item 10 and 6 from 2 individuals. Agenda item 10 and 6 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston for a Master of Science in Anesthesia, MSA in Anesthesia. We will hear this testimony at the appropriate time of the agenda. The next agenda item is approval of the minutes. You've all had those in advance. Do I have a motion for the approval of minutes for the April quarterly board meeting?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Wong,
Second.
second by Vice Chair Williams. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, the motion passes. Next is the consent calendar. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think that can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items are in the gray column and the consent items on the agenda. You've had time in advance to review these items, and of course, any board member can request that any item can be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us time and opportunity to discuss the item in more fully detail later in the meeting. We're going to take up the consent calendar in 2 parts, non-rule items and then the rule items. The items that we had placed in the non-rule consent are 7D, consideration of possible action to acknowledge gifts and donations to the board. 8C, consideration of possible action to approve the recommended appointments to the General Academic Institutions Formula Advisory Committee. 8D, consideration of possible action to approve recommended appointments to health-related institutions Formula Advisory Committee. 8E, consideration of possible action to approve the appointments of members of the Financial Aid Advisory Committee. 8F, consideration and possible action to approve the report on student financial aid in Texas higher education fiscal year 2022. 10B, consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendations relating to the January 2023 annual compliance reports for institutions under a certificate of authorization, names beginning with A through O. 10D, consideration and possible action to adopt the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee's recommendation relating to the distribution of funds trusted to the coordinating board to support family practice residence programs for fiscal year 2024. 10E, report on activities of the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee, including the report of trusted funds distributed in the fiscal year 2023. 10F, consideration and possible action to adopt recommendations relating to funding appropriated to the Joint Admission Medical Program for fiscal years 2024-2025. 10G, report on activities of the Joint Admissions Medical Program. 10H, consideration and possible action to adopt the report on fiscal year 2023 annual review of autism grant program. 10I, report on activity of the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. 10K, consideration and possible action to adopt the report on effectiveness of the Open Educational Resources Grant Program. 10M, consideration and possible action to appoint members to the following advisory committees. 1, Academic Course Guide Manual Advisory Committee. 2, the Applied Texas Advisory Committee. 3, Certification Advisory Committee. 4, Learning Technology Advisory Committee. And 5, the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee. 11B is a report on grants and contracts. Member, does anyone at this time want to add any items to the non-rural consent calendar? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the non-rural consent calendar? Motion by Ms. Schwartz. Second. Second by Ms. Hawk. Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Nay. Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. Then item 6 is next on our agenda. And that will be the major policy discussion. Major policy discussions are topics of interest where staff, policy experts, and or stakeholders provide working board members with information on higher education. Policy now, oh, yes. None. Okay, yeah, so, okay, well, as we set up for that, I will go back to, there is agenda items for the, members, the next agenda item board rules are the consent calendar. We want to do those as well. Either technical, conforming, or implement non-controversial policies around which there is consensus. And that is 8G. Members, the rules on the consent calendar today is 8G1, consideration of possible action to amend board 22.6 concerning general provisions. Do I have a motion for the rule consent calendar?
So.
A motion by Ms. Williams, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Clemmer. Any discussion? Those in favor, not those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing none opposition, motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 6, major policy discussion. Major policy discussion of the topics of interest where staff, policy experts, and or stakeholders provide coordinating board members with information on higher education policy matters or initiatives that have a potential to impact Texas statewide. The major policy discussion will focus on data modernization initiative. Lori Clyde, Deputy Commissioner for Data Analytics Innovation, will provide the overview and be available for questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. A special welcome to our newest board members. We're so delighted that you're here. And I can promise you that the commissioner will deliver on his promise that it will never be boring. I can attest to that. It's my honor to have served for the last 3.5 years this board and the visionary leadership of Dr. Harrison Keller in the role of Deputy Commissioner of Data Analytics and Innovation. You've heard about this effort at every quarterly IDEA committee meeting since this time 3 years ago. So when I started to prepare for today's overview, I stepped back, I went back through time, put myself back in the summer of 2020, which you'll all remember as the early days of the pandemic. Our first attempts to hold online board meetings, our first attempts to do a number of things. At that time, this vision fit on 4 slides, and there was a big placeholder in the implementation bucket that said TBD, to be determined, We had so few answers and details at that point. And in particular, while we knew we had a bold vision for overhauling the way the agency manages and provides data, we had no idea where the resources would come from. So that's where we started three short and action-packed years ago. Today, as the catalytic year funding draws to a close at the end of September, we're taking the opportunity to step back, reflect on, and summarize the journey that this sweeping effort has gone through, and reflect on what's been accomplished and give you a glimpse of what's to come in the next biennium. So with that, we'll get started. Next slide, please. Many of you will remember the commissioner's early tenure when he highlighted 3 unique assets of the coordinating board. For those of you who are newer to the agency, one of those is that the agency serves as the steward for the combined education and workforce data for the state. So from K-12 all the way through to workforce, our agency is the steward of that data and both manages it and then utilizes it and makes it available for certain appropriate purposes. The second one was the relationship with our official nonprofit partner, the Texas Higher Education Foundation. That has proven to be one of the most powerful partnerships that we have as an agency for pursuing the ambitious vision and bold vision of the leadership. And third are our student financial aid programs, and as you'll see, as you've heard in the session update, those in particular have we're in a position to use all 3 of these assets strategically to improve higher education and improve opportunities for all Texans. As I said, the partnership between our data work and our philanthropic partners through the Higher Education Foundation has really been an incredibly powerful catalyst for the vision that we launched 3 years ago. Next slide. The commissioner in particular, and this is one of the things he and I've always bonded over, is our love of the power of data for good and for improvement. And as you can see here, the data that the agency has access to serves very important purposes. It provides an almost unlimited potential for understanding the impact of policies, for developing and providing transparency into student outcomes and other performance measures for institutions, and to give us the ability to understand cause and effect on student outcomes and other outcomes. And yet, in spite of this great resource at the agency, both the technology and the architecture and the tools and techniques had become outdated and outmoded. And in particular, the agency hadn't been in a position to take advantage of the extraordinary advances in technology over the past 10 to 15 years. Next slide. So the commissioner's intent originally was to dramatically modernize and overhaul the way we manage and use our data. And with that, we developed an aspirational vision. And in this time 3 years ago, that was literally an idea on paper. It was about a 3-page brief that articulated what we hoped we could accomplish. Thanks to that partnership with the Higher Education Foundation, we secured funding from philanthropic partners that allowed us to launch a very detailed planning effort with a world-class technology and strategy consulting firm. This is not something that's easy to do with public resources in a place where the philanthropic investment really helped kickstart our concept and provide us with detailed planning. Our first order of business was actually to develop a very detailed understanding of our current state, where we actually were, and to talk with both internal and external stakeholders and users about their needs and priorities and pain points. Next slide. Any transformative technology project really has 3 main components, a 3-legged stool, if you will: people, process, and technology. And as difficult as the technology work has been in this particular initiative, actually the people and process are always more complex and a little bit messy. And so this is the sort of approach that we've taken, is keeping an eye on all 3 of those strands of work. Next slide. We formally launched the effort in August of 2020 with our consulting partners, and you can see here a summary of the initial deep dive into our existing environment, constraints, and capabilities. These were developed and informed by more than almost 50 in both internal and external stakeholder interviews, as well as other, analysis that led us to have a good understanding of the baseline for developing our ambitious and redesigned technical design as well as implementation plan. These key learnings help shape and inform the priorities and approach for the effort. But again, at this time, we actually still had no idea how we would fund it. It's important to acknowledge that while these are a reflection of what existed, the agency team at the time had done the best they could with the resources that they had. This is not an area, one of the things that makes this vision so profound is that this is not a glamorous or sexy area for investment, because it's very much around infrastructure. And so that makes the commissioner's commitment to doing this well and really deeply investing in it all the more profound. Because it's not visible and it's not the kind of thing that is easily that folks are easily persuaded to provide significant resources for. Next slide. So the commissioner had charged us with providing increased insights to inform the decisions at the campus, at the institution, at the regional level, and also to serve up more meaningful information for students and families, policymakers, and others with a stake in Texas higher education. So we knew we had a good idea of where we were headed, but this is where we started. We started with websites that our users, both internal and external, found very frustrating, difficult to navigate, more compliance oriented than insightful, and with very, very limited use of more modern types of data visualization tools that we're all familiar with from the apps that we carry around with us in our pockets, and ways that make using those tools that make data more meaningful and more digestible. Next slide. While we provided a lot of very detailed information, this type of information actually spoke to just one of our audiences, and that's the data savvy, more research oriented folks who can take information and use it for their own analysis. And even that audience, in particular, that audience had a lot to say about things that we could improve on and places where we could increase the usability of our data and our websites. Next slide. And because the technology environment had evolved over time, it included several outdated and near end of life tools and technologies, and it was a bit of a complicated and unnecessarily complicated internal landscape. In addition, there were a number of internally developed applications that required IT support for change, which meant that change was slow and costly and increasingly unsustainable. Next slide. So with that grounding in what existed and what stakeholders needed and wanted, we set out on this quest to accomplish the commissioner's vision of actionable insight using our data and modern data management. Next slide. Now, my veteran coordinating board members can give this slide because they've seen it every quarter for the last 3 years. But this vision, we use this and we keep this at the forefront because that vision has continued to be our North Star. We continue to challenge ourselves to provide that meaningful insight that our stakeholders need, that we need internally and that our external stakeholders need. And we organized around these 3 goals, which again have continued to be been our guiding principles over the last 3 years. And that is a focus on both the back end, so modern back end technology that's streamlined, secure, cloud-based, takes advantage of low and no code technologies so that they're increasingly straightforward to maintain, expanding those data offerings. And I want to underscore the user-centered design because those were some of the commissioner's marketing orders, is that our approach, and you'll hear this echoed, I think, as you hear all of my colleagues talk, our approach had to be focused on the user and what the user was telling us they needed, not what we thought they needed. And that's continued to be an important component Also, our ability to leverage the tri-agency data sets that we are stewards of. And you'll see that as we talk a little bit more about the new data website. And third, that we intentionally and deliberately embed routines and methods for continuous improvement into the way that we monitor use and feedback and gather feedback on these products so that they stay fresh and relevant and don't become stale. Next slide. And of course, the silver lining of the pandemic for the agency was the significant investment of gear dollars by the governor and legislative leadership into the needs of higher education, and data modernization and security was one of those. This infusion of resources was as catalytic, if not more so, than the original philanthropic investment, because this gave us the resources to actually implement. Now, the good news about that is the resources came. The bad news about that is that they came with significant strings and a significantly short time frame. Next slide. But it did give us the resources to get started. And this is what the project portfolio looked like. It's I don't know, somewhere on the order of 40 discrete projects. Any undertaking like this is not one mammoth project. It's a series of projects that you do in order to build the capabilities that you need. Ordinarily, we would have much preferred to sequence much of this work. But the timeline for the funding and the compelling nature and needs of the field led us to do some things in parallel that we would much have preferred to do in sequence. A great example of that, when you look at the data website, is we were very dedicated to actually providing user-facing tools as quickly as we could. However, we were also building the sustainable data pipelines that would ultimately power those tools. And so we accepted the fact that we would have some rework to do in order to make those things fit together, because we were trying to get them to market and to use at the same time. Again, the kind of thing, I believe that this kind of opportunity only comes around every so often. You know, I lived through the 2009 stimulus impacts on education also. And so I actually had it twice in my career, which I feel like is unusual, but it doesn't come very often. And so you do have to make the most that you can, make the most progress that you can in the time that you have. Next slide. We tackled that robust series of projects in three sort of main buckets across the data pipeline. Submission, where we've made some major strides. As you can see, the sort of the data management component, which is management and security, and then provisioning for product use. Next slide. And across that series of projects, we've actually accomplished quite a lot. And so today is really an opportunity to highlight some of those major milestones and deliverables for all of you, and to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the team that made this all possible. Next slide. On the technology front, there are some very important infrastructure milestones that I want to highlight for you all today. First and foremost, we have designed and implemented a cloud-based infrastructure that supports the data pipeline from submission through to provisioning. We migrated more than 20 years of data from about 37 annual collections. When you see the spreadsheet of the managed data migration, it's pretty overwhelming. It's pretty amazing. And to have all of that data normalized and in a centralized data lake storage is just a huge, it's a huge cornerstone of opportunity for the agency going forward. We built and deployed a secure data portal, which is one of the things that the commissioner highlighted earlier. That's the mechanism through which we provide very detailed reporting to authorized institutional users and provide a toolkit of analysis that help them more easily identify opportunities on their campus for improvement. And the fourth one up there is still work in progress. As you know, this doesn't always neatly line up, but the work in progress to provide what we refer to as data management hubs. These are ongoing, these are repeatable, automated processes for curating data and serving it up for many purposes. A very important cornerstone piece, and really the engine of analysis going forward. Next slide. In addition to those, there are other technology accomplishments that are more tangible and visible. The new agency website launched just over a year ago. So that was the branding work that went into that was a result of initial philanthropic investment. The agency website launched just last month. The new data website launched again with, as the commissioner was saying, and the data narrative and data visualizations and narrative stories that put the data in context and give it meaning for a variety of stakeholders. In the background, we've also continued to work with TWC to create the state's first consolidated credential repository. This is a place where all of the data about a variety of credentialing programs it is in one place and gives us the ability and normalized, gives us the ability to understand outcomes and provide transparency about those outcomes, regardless of who the provider of the credential is, and regardless of the funding source that supports that credentialing program. So a really important cornerstone of our ability to understand what's happening with credentialing programs and the success of students who pursue those and what they contribute to the Texas economy. Also in progress, another important cornerstone piece, again, not glamorous necessarily, but very important, is the agency's first technology-based data dictionary. That would be the glossary, if you will, of details around the data elements, some of which have been collected for more than 20 years and have obviously changed over time. So an important piece that allows us to be transparent about what the data is and how it's used. I want to pause here and just say a special thank you to Marjorie Barrett and the communications team. That they are really the engine that brought those website vision to life. And without their commitment, we would not be looking at the beautiful new digital footprint of the agency that we do today. So I just want to thank that powerhouse team for what they've accomplished and for the platform that we'll continue to build upon. Next slide. On the process front. No, next one. Did it freeze?
It froze for a second. It's not frozen. Okay, it's changed on our call, but it's not.
Technology don't fail me now.
Technology has failed. Bragging on technology.
I know. How do I get right, Ms. Quinn?
Bear with us, we've lost internet on one computer, we'll come back in on another.
Sounds good. On the process front, again, not necessarily the glamorous work, but extremely important from a foundational standpoint. We made some enormous strides. And I do want to say thank you to our amazing legal team, particularly your outstanding general counsel, which we are privileged to share, Nicole Bunker Henderson, and our chief privacy officer, Jenny Kennedy. We started with an assessment and improvement efforts to update the agency's data governance policies and practices, taking an enterprise-wide approach, and created some foundational new documentation, processes, and structures. We are actually right now in the hiring process for the agency's first ever data governance director. This is a really important role to continue to steward our processes and be sure that they're strong and robust, and that we're actually increasingly improving our ability to expand those data governance practices. One of the biggest accomplishments in this strand of work is what we lovingly call the Constitution of Data Sharing. It's a tri-agency master data sharing agreement that restructured the way and formalized the way we share data across the agencies, the way and the way in which it's used. And that was an extraordinary leap forward in terms of our ability to really transparently manage and understand the way those data sets were being used, ensure that they're being used in compliance with all of the important privacy legislation and statutes that we're responsible to adhere to. And in addition to that, we developed a centralized approval workflow and a tracking mechanism and inventory for the way that data is being used. Again, to be sure that we are consistent and mindful of all of the responsibilities that come with being stewards of that data. Next slide. From a people perspective, the agency added a number of new capabilities to our team. This actually started with one of the commissioner's initial strategic initiatives that he tasked us with launching, and that was the establishment of a project management and improvement office. A team of people focused on embedding very disciplined approaches to implementation into our work so that we could ensure that we were accomplishing the agency's strategic priorities. And in particular from that office, I want to pause and recognize actually 3 key people. The founder of that office, Assistant Commissioner Leslie Hall, who's just been an outstanding addition to the team. And then 2 of our very critical key people, Jim Love, our original program manager for the Data Modernization Initiative, and Megan Ryan, who joined more specifically to focus on the data provisioning components of the work. Jim and Megan have been key drivers of progress and focus across this very comprehensive initiative, and we quite literally would not be here today without them. So I want to say a special thank you to them. As a note, we've added a number of key skills and capabilities to the agency. Our first ever privacy officer, our first chief technology officer, the new data governance director, an entire communications team that started with Marjorie, and a new data management team. So these capabilities are really what will power our opportunities into the future. The Tri-Agency Data Work Group was an important component of moving our work forward and helping us prioritize the kinds of things that we would make publicly available first. And then, as I mentioned, this centralized approach to tracking and monitoring the implementation of data-related policies is a critical component to ongoing success. Next slide. Okay, so enough about the work on the page. The pictures are really worth 1,000 words, so I did want to do a little bit of show and tell. Hopefully, if you haven't yet, you will go explore our new data website. We're very excited about it. It does represent a starting place. We'll be the first to acknowledge that, but we did select the most frequently requested and the highest priority data items to focus on first. And that includes, the brand new metrics, which were only finalized last summer under Building a Talent Strong Texas. So we're very excited about that. Next slide. And we're already planning for additional visualizations and data stories in response to the input that we're getting from the field and also the changing needs of the field, as you've already heard about the implementation of community college finance. Next slide. As the commissioner noted, he is particularly excited about the privileged reports that will begin rolling out from the secure data portal. These are to authorized institutional users. They're focused initially on the three priority areas that we heard from the field where the coordinating board was uniquely positioned to provide the data. So that the first one of those is on transfer students. So what transfer students are coming in equipped with and where students who are leaving are transferring. So a much more complete picture of the student population that an institution is receiving as they get started. I'm very excited about that one. Will be the first one that rolls out. The other 2 are on persistence and graduation, so detailed insight into how students are moving through programs and completing programs on campus, and then labor market outcomes. That is one thing that institutions have an extremely hard time getting their hands on, the detailed information. As my now colleague, Dr. David Troutman, can attest, it's not easy to do that one by one with data sharing agreements. And so we're very excited about the ability to provide that suite of tools to institutions regardless of their local capabilities and their analytic capabilities. So this is a place where we feel like we're at the beginning of this journey. As hard as it's been to get to this point, this is really the point where the work becomes very tangible and exciting, because this is where we actually begin engaging with the field and getting even more input on how to help them answer the questions that they have and target their resources more effectively. Next slide. So at the conclusion of the year funding, we will have completed a very intense 38-month sprint. This has truly been an all-out team effort. And while there are major milestones on this timeline and on the previous slides, there are many, many, many more small victories, setbacks, obstacles, problems that got us to this point. And as you can imagine, this took a vast team of people. More than 30 internal staff were almost fully dedicated to this effort, and we were supported by a legion of contract supports from our vendors. And while this looks really orderly and linear, I can assure you the process was not that. I'll be the first to tell you that the day-to-day and week-to-week work was much more messy, much more complicated, and involved a lot more creative problem solving than you would have ever that you might predict, and required a level of persistence and stamina to actually get to this point that is a true testament to the fortitude of the team, quite frankly. Next slide. And it required significant resources. Our original allocation for this was $15 million, and we actually thought that would do the majority of the job. And in the real world, it didn't. And so we are fortunate to have had that infusion of gear resources that was pivotal to actually allowing us to accomplish as much as we have in this short period of time. We're also continue to be bolstered by the partnership with philanthropy that was not only bringing us resources, financial resources, but also bringing us partnerships that allowed us to learn and grow and advance our mission. Some amount of that money also went to just directly support our campuses in improving their own reporting systems. An important component because that's the input with which we work. Next slide. As intense as this effort has been over the last 3 years, honestly, this has just been laying the foundation. And so it's very exciting to be at this point and to see and to be able to look forward at all that's possible as a result of the foundation that we've laid in place. As my colleague Dave Troutman notes, the actual work of data modernization will never be done, right? Our commitment to continuous improvement will require us to continue to refresh, enhance, and become more sophisticated, honestly, as the needs and questions and priorities of the agency and of the field change. Next slide. I do want to give you though a glimpse of what's ahead. In the near term, very exciting and important work still to do. There's 2 more months of year funding where we still have an all-out sprint to complete some of the major work. The team remains focused on maximizing those dollars and completing as much as is possible by September 30th, and is already at work planning a very thoughtful field engagement and rollout strategy for the products. Because as you know, just because you build it, there's no guarantee people are coming to beat your door down to find those things. And so again, we have some flexible resources where we'll be able to really fan out across the state and do much more in-person conversations with campus leaders about how to use these tools and how to improve the tools to answer the questions that they have on their campus and the things they're struggling with. In addition, thanks to this board's and the commissioner's successful advocacy, the agency has another $20 million to spend over the next 2 years to continue to enhance the products that we have and to more deliberately undertake what I lovingly call the strategic abandonment approach of actually getting rid of the technical debt in the agency and streamlining the way we manage our technical resources. This will be continue to be a huge boost to the work and to the ability to keep those products fresh and relevant as we go forward. And as you've heard, I mean, there are already plans in place underway to provide some additional insight for institutions our community colleges specifically as the new funding model is put into place. So new products are already under development. The next slide. Last, I just want to take this moment again to thank the agency team for their commitment. This would never have been possible without the full engagement and deep commitment of many people across the agency, particularly our IT leadership and our key folks who actually helped make the magic happen. I want to say a public thank you to the commissioner for his incredibly bold and ambitious vision, his leadership, his support, and his stalwart belief in the power of data to be used for good. It's been my privilege to be part of this work. And I'll forever count this as one of my professional highlights. So thank you very much for that. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Lori, I just wanted to say, outstanding work by you and your team. I recall 3 years ago, you first had one slide with 4 bullet points and more to come at the bottom of that. And come to the journey, it's just really outstanding, the work and what's happening with this. The richness about the coordinating is data. We're data driven, technology, innovation. We help the institutions, we help stakeholders with that data to be able to plan and cultivate future programs and to set the heights for higher education in our state. And this work is very pivotal. Commissioner Keller, again, you with your commitment to this initiative, and for those the new members, Lori presents regularly to the board. The last 3 years on the accomplishments. So this has been a journey, and as Dr. Troutman and Lori and her team know, this is an ongoing process. It's always a work in progress, but you have set the path, so we do appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Thaddeus. It's there's the fun is just beginning, honestly. This foundation is by no means perfect, but it's a big step in the right direction, and it's a huge launching block for what's possible as we go forward.
Yeah, and I want to publicly thank some of us are members of the Texas Higher Education Foundation. Thank them and their leadership and board for providing resources as well to this effort. So I just want to mention that as well. The members, any comments? Our commissioner?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I want to underline your appreciation for the foundation. So just going to zoom out a little bit. So one of the unique strengths of the coordinating board is by statute, we're the stewards of the combined educational and workforce data infrastructure of the state. Historically, that data, even though it's incredibly rich, has been hard to work with, hard to access. It's been historically it was used much more for regulatory purposes instead of informing decisions. And so the vision that we came together around was to flip that script so that the priority would be informing decisions. And how do we use data to help provide better advising tools for students to help inform more decisions on the campuses. And of course, we've got a regulatory function. We can sort of get that out of the back end if we do the other things really well. We could not be where we are now without the investment from philanthropy and design. And we were literally able to engage some of the folks who are working on the frontiers of state data systems, because we're essentially lifting and shifting all of our data into the cloud, right? So we can make it more secure, so we can make it more accessible, so we can bring modern tools to bear. That design work, that consulting work that the philanthropy secured and the Higher Education Foundation secured helped dramatically accelerate that work. And then I have to acknowledge also our state leadership. So the governor's office, speaker's office, lieutenant governor's office, in particular throughout the pandemic, prioritized higher education for DEAR funds. And within that, to dedicate resources to state infrastructure and state data infrastructure. That's really sort of, that's gamble, right? There, as Lori mentions, it's not, there are a lot of competing demands, and And this is a heavy lift to build new kind of infrastructure to power these new tools. I see Danny Warner out there in the audience. Someone say a particular personal thanks to him and his colleagues in the speaker's office, and to Marion Wallace and folks in the Lieutenant Governor's office, Ms. Sarah Hicks, and their staff in the governor's office have been excellent partners throughout. And now that we've been able to use the one-time funds to reset the system, the legislature has committed recurring funds to make sure that we can continue the progress that Lori and her team have led. But we couldn't have made any of this happen without Lori's vision, her leadership, her energy, her dogged commitment to making this project go. So deeply appreciative to Lori and her team.
Thank you. That goes with that. Members, any comments or questions for Ms. Spy?
I would just add that, I remember, I think it started, like he said, with a one slide thought. And it's really transformational to be sitting here and find out. I don't know how much data was moved into the cloud. I've been looking for the cloud. I don't know where the heck it is. But it would be a huge volume of data. Probably not all in the same form. So congratulations, and we wish you luck.
Thank you, likewise. And I thank this board for being, for continuing to be bold. And the funny thing about this is not the only thing that was happening in the agency, as you well know. This was a huge thing that was happening in the agency, but not at all the only thing. And so again, the commissioner's commitment to being sure that information is made available to people, to a variety of types of people, has compelled us to pursue My Texas Future and a number of other things that you've heard about, and be able to put the power of that information in the hands of people who need it and can use it. And that's something to be, for this board to be very proud of, and I know the staff is likewise very proud of that.
Okay, thank you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to agenda item number 7, matters relating to the full board. Agenda item 7A is an update on building a talent strong Texas. Melissa Henderson, Chief of Staff and Executive Director for the Texas Higher Education Foundation, will provide an overview and be available to questions. Ms. Henderson.
Good morning, Chairman and members. My name is Melissa Henderson, and the Chairman said I serve as Chief of Staff, as well as Executive Director for the Texas Higher Education Foundation. This morning, I'll be giving you a brief update on our ongoing rollout of Building a Talent Strong Texas plan. Since our last update in April, we've continued work related to various aspects of the plan, in particular credentials of value. As you heard in the IDEA Committee meeting yesterday, with the passage of House Bill 8, Texas community colleges will now receive state funding primarily through an outcomes-based model that is aligned with state higher education goals in building a talent strong Texas and regional and state workforce needs. House Bill 8 establishes a new funding model through which colleges receive a majority of their state funding through a formula based on measurable, student-focused outcomes and data, including completion of credentials of value. This innovative financing model is among the first of its kind in the nation, transforming Texas community college funding from a static allocation system tied to a student's time in the classroom to a dynamic funding formula that's designed to educate and train Texans for the workforce of the future. We've been actively partnering with colleges as we develop draft emergency rules for fiscal year 24, which will come to the board in August, and look forward to continuing to do so moving forward. The 88th legislature also passed bills that will support meeting the Talent Strong Texas goals for research, development, and innovation. As a result of House Bill 1595 and upon subsequent passage of House Joint Resolution 3 in the upcoming November election, the National Research University Fund will be designated as the Texas University Fund and will provide funding to Texas Tech University, Texas State University, University of Houston, and University of North Texas to bolster research efforts at these institutions. This work builds upon the historic investments the state has provided for the University of Texas and Texas A&M University Systems research efforts. In addition to the TUF, emerging research institutions within UT system will also receive additional funding, including a match UT system of $50 million. Performance metrics for disbursement of these funds will be aligned with the R&D metrics in building and talent strong Texas. The legislature also created the Texas Space Commission to promote space, aeronautics, and aviation economic development in Texas, and the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium, which will develop a statewide strategic plan to bolster semiconductor research, design, commercialization, and manufacturing. With regard to the goals themselves, as you also heard in the idea committee meeting yesterday from Dr. Troutman and Dr. Humphreys, we've made progress on all measures and have met our overall goal related to no or manageable debt. While this is good news, it is important that we continue to monitor both the top line measures as well as the disaggregated data by race and ethnicity, sex, and income. Finally, as you heard from Lori Five, we are excited to have launched and shared with you our new public data website last month, which features 8 dynamic data stories and visualizations on our new Building a Talent from Texas goals, graduation rates, transfer metrics, enrollment, and more. The data represents a broad statewide view into our progress and will continue to be updated with additional data stories and visualizations as more data becomes available over the course of the year. In addition, as you also heard, we'll be releasing secure data dashboards later this fall that will include institutional level data for analysis across 3 broad areas: labor market outcomes, graduation rates, and transfer. This continues to be an exciting time for this work, and we look forward to continuing to keep you closely posted as we move forward. Commissioner, anything to add?
One of the, I think, most important points underlying Melissa's presentation is just how excited we were and grateful that the legislature really got behind the vision the coordinating board had adopted for building a talent strong Texas. So you can see that throughout these major initiatives and in specific references to funding credentials of value for our community colleges and the outcomes-based funding system, and in particular to the investments in research, development, and innovation that align with the metrics of building a talent strong Texas. So we feel like we've got tremendous support and momentum and working in partnership with the institutions to realize those ambitious goals that the coordinating board has set out for the state for 2030.
Members, any questions for Ms. Henderson? Very good, thank you, Ms. Henderson. Next, we'll move on to agenda item 7G, which is an update on the Texas transfer initiatives. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item. Be available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Good morning. Nice to see you all again. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs. So for our new board members, I'm going to go ahead and provide a little bit of some context. So this work actually has been going on for the last 3 or so years. So when Commissioner Keller started in about 2019, there was also some major legislation called SB 25 on transfer. So from the momentum of that, the commissioner decided to start a work group to actually continue some of that great work that occurred in SB 25. So part of that work group, it was 5 individuals from community colleges, 5 individuals from universities. They came together. We met every week for about 7 months. It was 25 meetings for 90 minutes. All 10 people attended almost every single meeting. It was actually a pretty astounding thing. I wanted to point out, the idea was actually initially, this was right around the time COVID was happening. We were going to originally get together for a weekend and do this. So there was a significant shift that happened, but it was actually really important work. And those meetings provided an opportunity for institutional officials to really talk about the barriers and the opportunities that exist with transfer. So from that work, they developed some recommendations that were pulled together. And those recommendations were actually put into rule in March of 2021. And so the 2 big pieces that resulted from that were really a new governance structure called the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee, and also a revision or reimagining of the fields of study. Historically, the fields of study had received about a 5% usage rate from individuals who started at community college to universities. As you can imagine, that is not good. So part of that work was really intended to improve that. So what I'm going to update you on today is the work that has happened really since March of 2021. You can go to the next slide. So this is kind of where we're at in that rethinking about the fields of study. So thus far we have had 5 revised fields of study. So the way this works now is that individuals come together and we have an equal number of faculty from the community colleges and the universities, and we meet for about 8 hours. It's usually about a 2-day meeting to go through what courses need to be in the fields of study. And the idea is if they complete those courses, then they would go to, if they've also completed their core, they would actually enter the university with junior status, and that all those courses were applied. We've had a lot of faculty who have participated in this, and this work cannot be done without them because it is a significant commitment for them and for their presidents and for the entire institution for them to step away from their obligations as faculty to participate in this work. So right now we have those first 5: business administration, criminal justice, sociology, social work, political science, that have gone through that entire process. Right now we are actually seeking what we call the directed electives, and those are the portion of the fields of study that the university select that the student would need to take to be able to be considered field of study complete. So psychology and nursing are currently out for those at the universities right now. Biology, one of the foundational components that we talked to the work group about was if there were challenges for certain disciplines that we would have an opportunity to kind of come back and revisit. And there was some challenges with the biology field of study in terms of kind of getting to a consensus. So what we did is we actually tabled that field of study, and based upon some challenges that arose from that discussion and from English, we have decided to pull a work group together of those members that are part of the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee to develop what we're gonna contemplating as an alternative framework. The existing framework that was developed doesn't really fit for some disciplines, and so we're working through what a different kind of framework might look like, particularly for STEM disciplines that require a lot of lower division discipline work, which kind of provides some friction with the 42 semester credit hour for exercise science. They actually felt like they didn't have enough courses and in the academic course guide manual. So there's a subcommittee of those folks that are meeting right now to develop some additional courses to be added. Education and history, that was actually put out for public comment. We're actually reviewing that public comment right now. One of the other pieces of the process that we had heard some feedback on was that people that maybe not participate in the subcommittee still wanted an opportunity to provide feedback. So for all of these, after they're approved by the governing board, they are allowed an opportunity, as put in the Texas Register, to provide public comments. So we're making sure all of our bases are covered. Everybody has had an opportunity to provide me thoughts about anything that has been developed. And then English is also positive for communications. We will likely convene in the fall. And then computer and information sciences and engineering, that work will convene after we can work through what might be considered for the alternative framework. The Texas Transfer Advisory Committee will likely convene in the fall, and we're hoping to provide a recommendation of what that might look like. Great.
So one of the things that I'd like to point out, so historically, so a lot of folks who are in the room have worked on these issues for a long time, and it's generally been pretty contentious, right, between the 2-year institutions and the 4-year institutions. So one of the striking things about what Elizabeth described with the 2-year institutions, 4-year institutions came together with each other and with our team and worked shoulder to shoulder in good faith, hammered out a new government structure that now we've got tremendous traction on, so that the Transfer Advisory Council will they will charge, so constitute and charge these disciplinary groups of faculty to hammer out what the requirements should be. And what these are paths that give students confidence that all 60 hours they take towards an associate's degree are going to transfer and apply to their intended fields of study. And that's got tremendous implications also for, I have 3 teenagers at home, and they deal with this as they're trying to figure out what dual credit courses to take, right? And what might apply to what. So we won't, this isn't the kind of thing where you will end up with 50 of these. I would guess we're in the kind of 25 to 30 range. We're really, the institutions are really focusing on the most frequent transfer pathways, but giving students that confidence that their core courses are not only going to transfer, but apply to their program, and then they're going to be able to optimize their course selections.
And just in closing on this slide, so far we've had over 300 faculty that have participated in this endeavor, which is really exciting considering all of the time and effort that they have in order to go through this whole process. So exciting work, more to come. I have next slide, BJ.
Ms. Mayor, can I make a comment?
I got it.
Looking at the big picture, I've been on the board for a while now. This is very important. Commissioner brought up a very good point. One of our big missions is looking at access and affordability of higher education in our state. And we've had many questions, Commissioner and I have, for you as the Commissioner. I would get a lot of questions from stakeholders, parents, as a board member about, why do we have to have all this tuition cost? And students sometimes think about it. We were students. We don't always know exactly the path we want to take, what we want to study. So, commissioners testified, I've testified for our legislator, and legislators and senators say they actually have the coordinating board look into this because of the fact that their constituents, our fellow Texans, were concerned about these transfer issues. And when you think about it, the more courses you take, the more expensive higher education is. And so I've seen this work in progress over the last several years. Elizabeth, you and your team and commissioners, he knows because we go to the pulse of the Capitol, and we always get pulled over. And so what our board did is we have, as you all know, we now have reported reports on this transfer issue, and that's what Elizabeth's reporting on today. So I have seen progress, and I have seen the amount of work that administrators, presidents, or institutions, universities 2- and 4-year and community colleges, to be able to take the time to do this. And I'm glad you highlighted, because one of my questions has always been, which areas, and the commissioner brought this up there, it's not easy to get together as if you're a professor or an administrator or a president to figure out, does this course, is the rigor there? Should it be transferable? The student's going to be able to succeed. So it's not just easy to get into a room to figure that out. So I can think that there are some contentious issues, and faculty members and administrators and schools, institutions feel very strong about their programs. And we want high quality education in our state, right, in our country. And so this is a very important side. I really commend the instructors, the administrators, the presidents that allow the time that goes into this to serve on these committees to really get into the weeds, as they say, and figuring out the transfer, because it's really about the students having those opportunities and making sure they get the quality of the education that transfers. And that way they can be successful in their next journey in their education. So I think, that we can't lose sight of that big picture. And from our standpoint, a governance standpoint, when we get questions and comments, not only from students, but legislators like the commissioner and I do, and when we have to go to testify for the legislature, that's a big question. And past board members and past leadership on this board have had some really tough, contentious questions about this issue and what we can do about it. Now, the coordinating board is doing that. And that's our job, is coordinating higher education for our state. So this is a great example of something very positive that the board is doing that's impacting higher education in the state. So I commend not only our staff, but also the universities, the community colleges, the instructors, the professors that are involved in this process, which is always ongoing. And knowing courses that are up there, we talked earlier, we had some questions about engineering that hasn't even come up yet. There's a lot of detail in those programs, as well as biology, which I'm very familiar with. And so these are not just cut and dry things. These are things that need to be discussed, reviewed, and really make a difference as far as going back and saving not only time and education, but money, and making things affordable. So anyway, I wanted to thank you all again for the work. Comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is just 2 points. First, again, to your point about historically, these have been contentious conversations. Now, 3 years later, this is very collegial across the 2-year and the 4-year institutions, and we're deeply appreciative of the partnership with the institutions. The 2-year and 4-year institutions come together and hammer these issues out. We're excited about where we're going with it. in the legislature as Elizabeth will talk about, has also endorsed the direction that we're heading in. But also I wanna emphasize how much I appreciate the coordinating board's leadership. The board has a specific statutory charge to work on student transitions from high school into higher education across higher education institutions when they transfer and into the workforce. And we've had tremendous friction as a state. We do not have great transfer rates from 2-year to 4-year institutions. So this is an important policy change that's right in the center of the coordinating board's charge to facilitate students transition. And I'm deeply appreciative of the board's leadership and completely revising the rules on transfer. So the new board members, this will be something we come back to every quarterly meeting. We use a regular update on transfer, but this is a significant change in the work few years.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask you a question. So I went to TCU for undergrad and I had 32 hours of credit.
Yes.
All of that transferred, and clearly private schools have different relationships
Yes.
with the state. But are you seeing private schools across the state accepting the same transfer coursework that you're seeing state schools accepting, or what's the relationship? Are they kind of adopting what we're proposing?
I think some schools are. I think it really just depends on the actual school. When I talk to faculty and we start having these conversations about transfer, I always consider this a student success effort, right? Like, we want students to be successful and we want them to be able to move into those systems and not have those barriers. So I have to check, but I think that there is more institutions that are wanting to do that for the privates. They don't have the same requirements, of course, as the public institutions, but I think those privates are wanting to work more with students.
And then a follow-up to that, so when you have these system relationships, so you say you have Texas A&M, Kingville going to the flagship, or you have UT San Antonio going to here in Austin, are those automatically approved transfer credits if it's within their system? I just don't know the answer to that.
So it depends on what kind of courses they are. So if they're like in the ACGM, if they are like completing the core and things like that, they should be transfer and applicable.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for this particular topic, members?
One more slide.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry. No, sir, it's fine. I just wanted to highlight, to the commissioner's point earlier, we actually had some additional transfer legislation that was passed this session, which I think is just building on some of the great work that we've been doing and on SB 25. So one of those pieces of legislation was SB 1887, and I think was actually also included in Article 8 was this Texas Direct Associate's degree. So this was codified in legislation. So we are now going to work on rules so that institutions, particularly those community colleges, once they award a Texas Direct Associate's degree, so a student would complete the core and then a field of study that would be on their transcripts moving forward. So hopefully that will also be used with the transfer process as well for students. So this is another piece of exciting work that was codified by the legislature this past session. And I'd invite the commissioner, I don't know if he has any other comments, but it's just another exciting piece of legislation that passed this session. And now I completed my remarks, Mr. Freas.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, members, additional questions or comments for Elizabeth on this particular topic?
I mean, I would just echo that this transfer issue bottleneck was, costing students time and money, and sometimes racked up student debt, to no avail. So it's a huge move forward, and it's really fantastic that the institutions really roll their sleeves up and got this done. I don't know how you get 300 people to agree on anything. Whatever.
Yes.
But they-
Yes,
So congratulations on that.
thank you, sir.
It's an ongoing process, like all of these other policy projects, right? Agenda item 7C, if there's no other comments, we'll move on to update on the program approval. So Mayor will present this item as well, and be available for questions, Elizabeth.
So over the last several board meetings, we've discussed revisions to the program approval rules, and at the meeting, the board meeting in October and January, you all adopted revisions to the program rules. So for the new board members, just like a quick drive-by on some of this, the program approval rules that had been in place had been in place for a couple of decades and really hadn't been touched except for what I would say on the margins. So we went through a significant rule revision, which involved stakeholder input, and it took about 18 months or so. So those were actually adopted by the board in October and in January. So what I'm going to do is provide kind of an update of where we are, because as you can imagine, that is a significant shift, not only for our agency, but also for the institutions. So this is an ongoing effort. And so similar to transfer, I've been providing an update on the program approval rules because it was a significant shift in where we. Okay. So the implementation date for the new rule regarding preliminary planning took effect January 1st. And for those proposed programs not requiring preliminary planning, the rules apply beginning September 1st, 2023. So that's like a really big deadline for our team. For all other rules not related to program approval, the rules take effect September 1st. So next slide. You can go next. So one of the things that we did before we kind of even dug into any of this was develop some goals about what we wanted to accomplish, not only in the rule revision, but as a foundation. And we keep coming back to these as we move forward. So we really want to better align degree and certificate approval processes to the agency's strategic plan, building a talent strong Texas. We want to bring the agency rules and procedures in line with statute. We will also really want to minimize institutions' regulatory burden and supporting innovation. Historically, we've had about 15 different forms that institutions have had to complete depending on the type of change they wanted to make, whether it's a degree program they wanted to add or just even a semester credit hour change. We want to prioritize the board meetings on the most meaningful program approval questions. We would also like to achieve the policy objective of having a comprehensive catalog of all credentials offered in the state, which I know you guys heard about yesterday and heard some more about today from Tori Bai. And then lastly, improving administratability of program review and approval with policies and processes that are feasible, efficient, and flexible. So this is going back to those forms and just making sure everybody's on the same page in terms of expectations of what they're going to submit, and then our team understanding what those submissions should look like and what that approval process should look like. Next slide. So we wanted to just provide some information on our progress to date. We launched the planning notification on June 1st, which is very exciting. We're now delivering labor market information after the submission of a planning notification. You all heard from Dr. Villarreal at the last board meeting where he provided you guys kind of a demo of what that looks like. And so that we're now flipping that to the institutions at this point. Our team is also providing communications to institutions, including holding lunch and learns with future lunch and learns over the coming months. We're also going through some testing with our stakeholders, and that started on July 24th. And we're incredibly grateful for those institutions, those institutional officials that have been participating in this, because you can design something, but until you kind of get their feedback to make sure that everybody's on the same page in terms of interpretation of what we would like, that's been a really important piece of this work. Next slide. So we just wanted to show you an example of the planning notification. So we're committed to streamlining our technology, and this is one of the first items that we've been able to improve upon. We had an incredible core team of people from academic and health affairs, as well as our project management and IT division working together to make this possible. As you can see, it is designed to be a short and easy form to fill out, since we're requiring additional planning notifications to be submitted by the institutions. Previously, institutions were required to actually submit a PDF. So as you can imagine, this is quite an upgrade. So additional information that was determined to be unnecessary, we eliminated. With the form and business process revisions, you can see that this slide that we can exponentially increase the number of planning notifications we're processing, while simultaneously significantly decreasing the duration of those series. You can see there, we received between January and April about 6, and we processed, our average days were 28. And then April to July, as we've implemented this, we had 69, and the average number of days for review was 9. So significant improvement. I really have to call out again our team. Dr. Emma Gelsinger is the lead on this, and she has done excellent work to make this possible. So while forms for new degree programs will not be as short as this one, the design will be similar, and the anticipated update business processes will improve processing time for other requests as well. Next slide. So the current implementation priorities of the division are the technical development of remaining online forms as well as communication. As we look forward, this is a shift for our institutions, and we're gonna continue to work with them and communicate them on these revisions, including having those lunch and learns, and as we develop new processes and documentation. Our team is working hard to develop new forms that will launch on September 1st. Significant push by our team right now to get that done. Next slide. So actually in your board material, we provided you a draft of, as we're going through the revision of everything from the forms in which the institution submit to what you all get in your board material to what will eventually be the letters. We've kind of mocked up what we think might be valuable for you all. We went through, I think 9 degree programs yesterday, and we just want to make sure that what we're providing to you all is helpful in your decision-making for new degree programs. So you can see there, we have a program summary, the program demand and student support. We plan to have a list of the similar programs, the labor market demand, academic quality site visit summary, and then the projected 5-year enrollments, costs, and funding. So I'm going to pause. I don't know if you all have any comments. Happy to take feedback now or after the meeting. We just want to make sure that you all feel comfortable as you are reviewing these programs, that the information we're providing is valuable and we aren't missing anything. There aren't any gaps in terms of expectations from you all.
I like the data, Elizabeth, your team puts together on the pie charts.
Okay.
What's going on around the state where, programs are now in existence. I think that's really important. I also like the information you provide as far as the workforce needs.
Yes.
I think that's very important for us to use. My question is, as far as new implementation, how is the communication with the institutions going, and what's the, we're allowed to have their comments about that? Does everybody feel comfortable with the process?
Yes, I think, so we're, like I said, having those lunch and learns, and so I think we're working to prioritize our communication with the institutions. We're having a couple of those webinars. I've always had an open door policy with institutions if they have questions for either myself or my team. But that is, as you can imagine, a priority because it is such a big shift. And really trying to partner with the institutions and understanding that this is good for everybody and making sure that everybody is on the same page. I think for the most part, they have, these changes have been well received. I think they're excited to see us improve our technology because I think it's a bit of a challenge for them to kind of submit a PDF. And so having those upgrades to our technology moving forward, I think will be significantly easier for them to submit those kinds of revisions and proposals.
Board members, and any other things that y'all would like to see or suggestions for Elizabeth and the team? You want?
Yeah, that's real quick. If the staff deny a program, is there any appeal process for the program?
So what typically, based upon the new rules, we would not deny it. We would send it up to the commissioner for his review. And then depending on his review, it may come to the board. So that would be the process in terms of new degree program.
But the program always say if the commission deny the program, they can always appeal to the board. Is it correct? Is there any process into that?
It gets kicked out to the commissioner, and then if he has concerns, it would come to the board.
Yeah, and I think that we can also refer to the board.
Yes.
Other, it doesn't necessarily have to be because denial of the program. So if there's a particular program that the board has an interest in and would want to consider, then we can also just refer that program forward.
And also, I think we talked about like new programs and several, and you'll hear some more today about kind of new programs that we've never had either in the state or the country. We could do that as well and kick it up to you guys so you could see it.
Yeah, I don't see any problem in terms of process right now, but it's just kind of like looking at a very complete situation, like if the commissioner deny a program. Usually we don't see the denial. We don't know. But if there's any process, at least there will be a way of allowing 7 to 2.
So if we had concerns, the denial, it would come to the board.
No, what I'm saying is the commissioner denied, that's this final, this typical.
It would come to the board.
No, we have had situations in the past, not recently, but the board has had that happen before. So there is a possibility, and the board makes the final decision. So
Sure, yeah, I understand.
if the commissioner had a decision denial, the board could,
Yeah.
the board could do it and review it.
Yeah.
And there has been situations, some on board where that's happened.
So I have a question about the process. So
Sure.
this new form, and
Yes.
then this listing of things that have been approved to inform us of what has been approved. Is there a way to involve the board at some point during the process? Because by the time we get to this,
Right.
it's pretty far along.
Mhm.
And so is there a way, I mean, maybe not at initial submission, but at some pretty important point along the process to get a listing of these are all the degrees that are in process on track to be approved within the next year, so that if the members then have a question on any of it, they can bring it up prior to.
You getting the final, and we can talk about that, let's, our team will talk about that internally.
Yeah, so the members-
We have a line of sight is what we're
I-
at.
And that's a good point. I had the question several years ago when I chaired the cost committee for many years, and I actually get a report and I
Yes.
compliment weekly. So, and I actually read every single one. And so if I see anything that, bring to the board or, any comments, but I do appreciate that, Dr. Troutman and Elizabeth, and your team. I get those weekly from your staff, and there's a lot of work and hours that they look into. And they'll let us know if there are questions or concerns. As you know, institutions have 50-mile rulers. There's always things that go out, and if there's any institution or question, the staff is very good about letting us know that there may be some questions on certain programs. But I mean, that's a good possibility. I mean, the emails that I get, I usually do that over the weekend. And, but I actually go through those lists, and I think it's very important for the institutions to know that we're doing that due diligence, looking at the programs.
Okay, and, Ms. Bush, we'll take a look at that, to see what might be possible, to give you guys more insight, or it gets.
Yes, Mayor, I think anyone who is simplifying unnecessary bureaucracy is doing the Lord's work. So thank you for making the world a little brighter.
PDFs, I'm sure they're very fast.
I have a general question about, labor market demand, the aspects of that in our approval process. When I think about the academy and higher education at large, obviously, I think thinking critically about what are the credentials of value as dictated by our existing labor market needs is an important viewpoint, but not the only one. So I'm curious about programs that may not obviously align to some sort of labor market demand.
So labor market demand is really one of the criteria, right? Because like some of the programs, even I think some of the ones we talked about yesterday, are interdisciplinary, and that's evolving, and that's very hard to look at, right? And like having a precise, this is exactly where a student who completes might go into. So I think that is just one of the many criteria we look at. We also have, Dr. Villarreal, presented last time on some LMI that we look at, but there's also a lot of different sources, and so I think it's hard. We are able to get more line of sight on some things because of job postings and just some different kind of software that we're able to use. But I think that it's also challenging because not all degree programs have like that one-to-one, like, okay, nursing, yes. But I think as interdisciplinary programs are becoming more frequent, that is harder to pin down.
I know that sometimes it's powerful just to have the question on the form.
Yeah.
And sometimes the tail can start to wag the dog. So, not wanting to be an unintentional barrier.
Yeah, and we work with our institutions. We do partner with them and have those conversations. And I also, and I think it's important for everybody to understand the goals of the program. Like, what are your expectations for your students? I think there's a little bit of a discussion yesterday in terms of doctoral students. I think historically most of them have become faculty, but they are moving into more industry roles. And so I think it is just one of many criteria that we look at. And it's kind of an evolving space, and I can tell the
I
commissioner
would agree
has
with
some
that.
thoughts too.
Well, Commissioner also, because we've had this discussion before, but it's kind of like almost admissions, it's a criteria, it's not just one factor. But, we want to encourage English majors, liberal arts, so we want to be able to provide those opportunities, right? So it's not just, so I understand, I appreciate the comment, because I agree with it, Ms. Hawk, but I think the more information we have, it wouldn't be, a turning factor for not doing the program, but I think it's good information to have, not just excluder, but more information. I agree. Commissioner?
So, this is one of the reasons that the coordinating board has been working on updating our processes, is to be able to be a little bit more of a resource to the institution. So instead of just sort of waiting to see what bubbles up in the institution, so when they submit that intensive plan, what we're working on with the institutions is being able to reflect back to them this information about here's what programs are out there, what the costs are like, and also the labor market information. So as you heard of earlier, most of our institutions haven't really had access to information about the wage experience of their graduates, but also broader information about, what kinds of jobs are graduates from different programs getting, what are the changing demand we see for different kinds of credentials across the state. So this is something that's very much a work in progress with the institutions. So we have the data from Workforce Commission, data that we get from other sources, and the private sector that we try to leverage to help the institutions decide how they're going to position themselves in this changing labor market in the state, and put their program development and their program design choices in that context. But that doesn't mean, oh, well, let's look at the historical data. It looks like we're producing enough enough nurses for this specific geographic region, or enough of this type of engineer, because that data may really not reflect what's happening now or what the demand is going to be 5 years.
Any other questions? Are you?
Got 2 more slides.
Okay.
Go to the next slide, BJ.
This is how I asked, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so now I'm going to actually move on to ones that have been approved, academic programs that have been approved, and those that are pending approval. Next slide. So this is kind of where we're at right now. So semester credit hour changes. So these are programs that are requesting either an increase or a decrease, and we had 6 of those that we've done. The administrative changes, so typically the creation of or changes to administrative units such as departments or colleges. Institutions notify us of these changes so we can ensure that the program inventory is organized correctly and up to date. We've had 1 certificate, and then distance education. So these are requests or notifications to change or add modalities. And then we've had 6 new programs that have been approved. And then other requests, so these are accreditation authorization letters, academic unique courses, and things like that. And then you can see the 37 planning notifications that we have received. And then those program changes. So those are just if they're either changing kind of where the program is located or things like that. Next slide. So these are all the things that are pending. So Ms. Fortune, I think this gives you some idea kind of what we have kind of in the queue right now. You can see all those changes that we're doing. We have about 37 programs that are pending approval. You can see the various disciplines that those are in. So our team will work on processing those, as well as all of these other requests that we have in the queue right now. Next slide.
Elizabeth,
Yes, ma'am.
on the ones that are pending, is that in the beginning stage, the middle stage, the end stage?
That is, we have received and our team is working on processing at this point. So yeah, does that answer your question?
It's ongoing. So there are different stages, right, Elizabeth?
Yeah, it depends on the type of request in terms of like, is our team reviewing it and then we'll have assistant commissioner approval? Or is our team reviewing it and it will eventually go to a board meeting? They're all in different places depending on the type of request.
Okay.
Okay, now, we're ready for questions. Any board members have any questions or comments for Ms. Mayor on this particular topic? We covered quite a bit. So thank you for your work on that. Appreciate it. Next, we can move on to agenda item 7D, consideration of possible action to give a donation to the board. The item was approved on consent. Next, agenda item 7E is a discussion and possible action on approved institutional creditors and the study of additional creditors. Members, we have supplemental materials printed on the gold rod paper for this agenda item. The commissioner will present this item and be available for questions. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would be quick, but in 2019, the U.S. Department of Education amended its rules to allow the regional accreditors to no longer be bounded just by specific geographic regions. So the way the accreditation works in the United States, you have the U.S. Department of Education and its criteria, and then we have historically had regional accreditors that have specific geographic boundaries. And then you have the authorizing entities within the states, which is the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for Texas. So in 2019, they dropped the geographic restriction, and that would allow institutions to be accredited by what had been regional accreditors, but from across those historical boundaries. So there was a bill during the legislative session by Senator Sparks and sponsored by Representative Guillen, Senate Bill 1987, that stated purpose to align state law with those changing federal rules, so it would remove explicit references to SACS COC, which is the historic regional accreditor for Texas public institutions from the code. As the bill worked its way through the process, there were some complications about the way that there were cross references, particularly with removing the SACS reference from the definition of private or private or independent institutions of higher education. That is one of the criteria for allowing the institutions, the ICUTs, to access certain state funded, especially financial aid programs. So there could be some broader implications. And so there was a lot of work during that late part of the session to try to address those concerns, but the bill actually failed on a procedural point on the very last day that Senate bills could pass on second reading after a point of order was called by Representative Chris Turner, and then sponsor Representative Guillen postponed deliberation on the bill until after the House's deadline to take action on the Senate bills. Now, since then, we've actually received a request from Representative Turner that the coordinating board look into this issue, study this issue more carefully. And so if there's no objection, our intent is to conduct a study of potential costs and benefits to the institutions if they decide that they want to move from SACS to another formerly regional accreditor. And also to clarify what kind of support we need to provide to the institutions within Elizabeth Mayor's team as the institutions are looking at potentially switching accreditors. So the standards of accreditation do vary a little bit across these different institutions. We do have some Texas institutions that would be that are exploring that idea and would be interested in making might be interested in making a change, but both to help inform those discussions, inform legislative discussions, and so we can get a better sense of what we need to do with any agency. We would propose to move forward with conducting a study and bringing those findings back to the board and into the legislature.
Okay, so I guess the question or comment I have is, do we currently have any institutions in Texas that are not within like SACS regional?
We don't have any institutions that would be accredited, that would be Texas institutions that are accredited, say, like by the middle states or the Higher Learning Commission or something like that. But that change in the federal rules does open that door for institutions, that they could instead of just being reaccredited by SACS, they might switch to one of these other accreditors. So in federal rules, they can do that, not currently within our rules, and the coordinating board's rules. So we're gonna look into this issue, bring back recommendations to the coordinating board, about how we need to, what kind of support we might need to provide to provide that flexibility and support to the institutions.
Members, any questions, comments for Commissioner on this topic?
I have a question.
Oh, yes, Ms. Williams.
Part of the work that you're doing, determine or help flesh out what the impacts would be and how to correct those.
That's right. So if you put sort of side by side, sometimes the standards of accreditation are pretty consistent and pretty similar across the accreditors. Sometimes they do vary a little bit. So especially for smaller institutions that might be thinking about, well, we're coming up for it. It's an arduous process for them to come up. They come up for accreditation generally every 10 years. They have to start 15 months out. So as they're considering their options and how they want to move forward, we want to be able to help sort of put those discussions in context. And but especially importantly, we need to inform the coordinating board's deliberations about sort of how you have the rule structure around this, and then on state policy discussions.
Finding out more about that as the process goes. If there's no other questions to the Commissioner on this particular topic, we will move on to the next item, which is agenda item 7F, which is an update and determine of vendor for service student loan origination and servicing. This item will be heard in closed session later in this meeting. Agenda item 8, there are matters relating to the Committee on Innovation Data and Educational Analytics, chaired by Jetta Anwar. Vice Chair Welcome Wilson will provide today's update. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item 8A is committee chair meeting overview. Thank you for joining us on the matters relating to the Committee on Innovation, Data, and Educational Analytics. Agenda item 8B is consideration and possible action to appoint members to the Standing Advisory Committee for Public Junior Colleges. Emily Cormier, Assistant Commissioner for Funding, will present this item and be available to answer any questions. Emily?
Good morning, Emily Cormier, Assistant Commissioner for Funding. So as mentioned, the item before you is the appointment of 12 members to the first Standing Advisory Committee for Community Colleges. As we discussed yesterday, House Bill 8, which transforms community college finance, created this committee, and its charge is to provide advice and counsel to the board on the finance of community colleges. So the 12 individuals that are up for appointment are a mix of CEOs, CFOs, institutional researchers, and general experts in community college finance, including a representative from the Texas Association of Community Colleges. They also represent all accountability groups, so from small, medium, large, and very large colleges. So that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions from members? We kind of reviewed this yesterday with the committee. If not, do I have a motion to appoint members to the Standing Advisory Committee for Public Junior Colleges?
Motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Members indicate in your favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Agenda items 8C through 8G1 were approved on consent. This concludes my report and my portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, I think we're going to take a little break. We request for a quick break. We are not going to take the lunch break. This is just going to be like a quick 5 to 7 minute break. Yes. What's that? Yes. Okay, so we'll take about a 5 to 7 minute break. The time right now is 10:54. Thank you. the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Vice Chair Donna Williams. Ms. Williams.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning. During the Committee on Academic Workforce and Success meeting yesterday, the committee approved the following items. Minutes from the April 26th meeting, the expansion of recognition for the Association for Biblical Higher Education, distribution of funds to support family practice residency programs, funding to the Joint Admission Medical Program, extending. Let's start on the extending the contract to continue maintenance and support the OER text platform, extending the contract with the current Applied Texas vendor, extending the contract to continue maintenance and support of the OER text platform, the Autism Grant Program report, the appointment of advisory committee members, and 9 new degree programs. The committee also heard updates on the Family Practice Residency Advisory Committee, the Joint Admission Medical Program, and the Learning Technology Advisory Committee. Agenda items 10B was approved on consent. Agenda item 10C is consideration and possible action to adopt the recommendation relating to the expansion of recognition for the Association for Biblical Higher Education. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner in Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Ms. Mayer.
Okay, so the Association for Biblical Higher Education applied for recognition by the coordinating board and was granted that recognition. The accreditor has been recognized by the coordinating board at least since July of 2008. At the time of that recognition, the accreditor was recognized by the Secretary of Education of the United States Department of Education for undergraduate degrees. The coordinating board recognized that Association for Biblical Higher Education at the same scope of recognition. As I mentioned yesterday, the association provided updated information on its scope of recognition and requested the coordinating board's expansion of its scope of recognition. As I also mentioned yesterday, this scope will serve 2 purposes. First, the coordinating board recognition will match the U.S. Department of Education's education recognition. And secondly, the expansion will allow the accreditor to approve master's degrees at 2 Texas institutions, Dallas Christian College and Arlington Baptist University, both which have pending requests to offer these programs. Coordinating board staff have reviewed this information and recommends that the board take action to approve the Association for Biblical Higher Education scope of recognition expansion to match the scope of the U.S. Department of Education. And that concludes my remarks.
Members, do we have any questions for Ms. Mayer? No, we had some good discussion about it yesterday,
Yes,
so hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt the recommendation relating to the expansion of recognition for the Association for Biblical Higher Education? May I have a motion?
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Wong. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hawk. Any discussion? Here, Ms. Thomas, sorry about that, Ms. Thomas. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 10D through agenda item 10I were approved on consent. Agenda item 10J is consideration and possible action to approve the request to extend the current contract with the institutions for the study of knowledge management in education for up to 6 months to continue maintenance and support of the ORE text platform. Dr. Michelle Singh, Assistant Commissioner for Digital Learning, will present this item and be available to answer questions. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Fadias, Vice Chair Williams, and members of the board. As discussed yesterday, House Bill 3652 of the 86th Texas Legislature provided initial funding for the coordinating board to contract with a high-quality open educational resource repository to develop and maintain a web portal customized to meet the needs of individual institutions of higher education, students, and others who may benefit from access to OER.
In March 2020, the coordinating board contracted with the Institute for the Study of Knowledge Management and Education, or ISKME, and launched the OER Texas repository in September of 2020. The coordinating board's original contract with ISKME allowed for renewal annually for up to 3 years and will expire August 31st, 2023. HB 1 of the most recent 28th Texas legislature appropriated funding for continued maintenance, support, and expansion of the OER Texas repository, and THCB staff intend to issue an request for offers, or RFO, to solicit bids for continued operation of OER Texas in line with state procurement guidelines. The repository houses digital resources that can be shared, adopted, and remixed to meet the demands of the user. The utility of OER Texas includes the ability to foster community through groups and hubs, and has expanded to include the larger agency portfolio, including initiatives in student success, collaboration center, and the Insight Accelerator. The approval of the current request will allow ISKME to continue hosting and supporting the OER Texas repository under the current contract for up to an additional 6 months. This is to avoid any potential interruption in services for the over 500,000 users of OER Texas while the RFO process is underway. The staff recommendation is for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Singh? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request to extend the current contract with the Institution for the Study of Knowledge Management in Education for up to 6 months to continue maintenance and support of the OER text platform? May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Dr. Frias, seconded by Mr. Director Clemmer. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 10K was approved on consent. Agenda item 10L is consideration and possible action to approve the request and add up to $450,000 and extend the current contract with Applied Texas System vendor. Laura Brenner, Assistant Commissioner for College and Career Advising, will present this item and be available to answer.
Thank you, and nice to see y'all again. My name is Laura Brennan. I'm Assistant Commissioner for College and Career Advising. The coordinating board staff requests approval to award up to $450,000 to extend $450,000 to extend the current contract with Deloitte Consulting and continue development of Applied Texas through September 30th, 2024. The current contract expires September 30th, 2023. This is the first request for extension and second amendment of the contract. The first amendment for $315,000 updated the project timeline and initiated the development of a content management system. I'm happy to provide more context on Applied Texas, but as I mentioned yesterday, Applied Texas is a centralized web portal for prospective students to apply for admission to Texas higher ed institutions. The tagline, "Many schools, one application," says it all. And on January 5th, 2023, the coordinating board contracted with Deloitte Consulting to improve the Applied Texas system. To ensure a smooth launch of the new Applied Texas in May of 2024, the coordinating board recommends extending vendor support through September 30th, 2024. The additional funds and timeline will ensure that all stakeholders using the new system receive high quality support through the critical launch period. During this time, the vendor will also complete the build of a content management system and transcript integration. Overall, we are very excited to bring this new application system to the state. It will serve as a model.
Any questions?
I do have a comment. I just want to make a request. I want to request that in the future we will list the vendor on the agenda as well. If it's possible, just to be transparent. I mean, list the vendor name on the agenda.
It's in the,
I understand it's all, but on the agenda, it's important to people look at the agenda knowing that we are doing certain vendor, basically. Appreciate it. Thank you.
okay.
That's a good suggestion.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve the request to add up to $450,000 to extend the current contract with Applied Texas System vendor Deloitte Consulting LLP. May I have a motion? Motion by Ms. Schwartz. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Wong. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 10M1 through 10M5 were approved on consent. Agenda item 10N is consideration and possible action to approve new programs. Agenda item 10N1 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Alamo District Palo Alto College for a Bachelor of Applied Technology in Operations Management. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. We also have representatives from the institution with us. Patrick Lee, Interim Vice President of Academic Success, Dr. Jefferson, I'm gonna put you your first name, Interim Dean of Academic Success for Career and Technical Education, and Joseph Kalopa, Department Chair in Career and Technical Education, is also available to answer questions.
So the Alamo District Palo Alto is seeking approval to offer a Bachelor of Applied Technology or a BAT degree in Operations Management. This would be the institution's first bachelor's program. The proposed program would require 100 semester credit hours and we would begin in the spring of 2024. The program would be offered online and in person in San Antonio. That concludes my remarks.
Would you guys like to make comments? You decide who goes first.
I can go from the first, afternoon or still morning. My name is Patrick Lee. I'm the interim vice president for academic success at Palo Alto College. As Ms. Muir mentioned, we're seeking approval for a Bachelor of Applied Technology and Operations Management, will be a 120-hour degree, including 30 upper division courses. This will be primarily for our business management students at Palo Alto College, but will also service many other students in areas such as healthcare administration, information technology, and in many other areas in which students at Palo Alto and all of the Alamo colleges and really students throughout all of San Antonio and Texas are receiving an AAS degree. Students would finish their certificate, their AAS, their core hours, and then the 30 hours of upper division courses to receive the Bachelor's of Applied Technology degree.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Rashara Jefferson, and we had the opportunity to start this bachelor's program. So within the 5 Alamo colleges, each college was given the opportunity to select one bachelor's degree program. We selected the Bachelor of Applied Technology based on the success of our current business program, the AAS, the success, the demand, and we know that we're going to prepare students to go out into the workforce and have a positive impact and to help also bring the community onto campus as we have done over the past 37 years. But I thank you all for your consideration and thank you for having us here today.
I'll just say this has been a joint effort, really excited. Our mission of the community college is about access and opportunity. And this is exactly what this program affords our students. Students to come into our programs from either our marketing management, entrepreneurship specializations, and all over our various workforce programs, not just at our college of Alamo College, but throughout the Alamo College system, whether it be students from the information technology area who aspire to develop those business savvy skills. So we're really excited. Our faculty have developed a number of program learning outcomes. We've identified possible assessments towards those to develop students' proficiency in those entry-level business competencies that many of the industry in San Antonio is actively seeking. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm sure, if I may. Can you, for those, a lot of people watching online, and for those that are not familiar with the Alamo College, community college system, and Palo Alto directly, can someone, one of you three, or one of you, all of you, tell us a little bit about the college and your enrollments and obviously you're in San Antonio, but tell the people that don't know about your system and your college.
Certainly, yes. So the Alamo College as a whole serves the San Antonio area community. We have over 100,000 students when we're talking about transfer, workforce, and continuing education. Palo Alto College specifically, and I should back up, Alamo colleges consist of 5 separately accredited institutions. Palo Alto College is one of those institutions. We serve approximately 11 to 12,000 students on the south side of San Antonio. We're a Hispanic serving institution. Primarily, 77% of our students are Hispanic. Do you all have anything additional you'd like to add to that?
77% Hispanic, about 60% of our students identify as female. And we're really excited for this opportunity. I was a Palo Alto College student at one point. And so as I think about our community, we're in the South San Antonio, which has high levels of food insecurity and other areas of need, underserved students. And so this is an opportunity for our students to really develop their skill set and develop those soft skills and be career ready. Sometimes our students, our public transportation system in San Antonio is not the ideal that other communities are. And so us being able to have some online offerings are going to be a tremendous help to our students. And so it's a little bit about Palo Alto College.
Thank you all 3 of you for being here and representing the college and providing this program opportunity.
Any additional questions or comments? Do I have?
I know that there's a lot of good things going on in South San Antonio these days, so it's a bright future. So thank you for sharing.
Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from Alamo District Palo Alto College for a Bachelor's of Applied Technology in Operations Management? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wilson. May I have a second? I'll second. Second by Ms. Schwartz. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 10N2 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Tarleton State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Animal and Natural Resource Sciences. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item. Also joining her from the institution is Dr. Diane Stones, Provost and Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs, and Dr. Barry Lambert, Dean, College of Architecture and Natural Resources, and Interim Dean, College of Graduate Studies. Welcome.
Ms. Mayor. Tarleton State University is proposing a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in Animal and Natural Resources Sciences. As I explained yesterday, the program would be the first of its kind in the nation. The program would be offered face-to-face on the Tarleton main campus in Stephenville starting in fall of 2024. The program would only admit students who have a related Master of Science degree, and it would require 60 semester credit hours of all students. And that concludes my remarks.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Keller, Chairman Farias, and members of the coordinating board. Thank you for this opportunity to seek your approval for what would be the third non-dual degree program at Tarleton State University. Our proposal is one example of how Tarleton is seeking to contribute to the strategic plan of the Texas A&M University system by strengthening our research portfolio in ways that play to our existing research strengths in agriculture and creating opportunities for cross-disciplinary collaboration so that we can provide answers to one of the world's grand challenges in agriculture, which is the complicated balance between food production and conservation. We are also working to contribute to the coordinating board strategic plan that includes the goal aimed at increasing research expenditures and research doctorates while training a competitive and innovative workforce. We believe that Tarleton is well suited to offer a doctorate in animal and natural resource sciences because agriculture is the foundation of our institution. We were named the John Tarleton Agriculture College for our first 50 years of existence. And today, Tarleton is already ranked by the National Science Foundation in the top quarter of over 300 institutions for funding in agricultural sciences and natural resources conservation. And that's before a PhD program. So after some brief remarks by Dean Lambert, we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Well, I would only add to comments that Dr. Stearns made that one of the grand challenges I think that our society is going to face, the world is going to face for the next 50 years, is how we feed a growing world population in a forward-thinking and a sustainable way. And that is a grand challenge. We know that all the easy solutions have been discovered, and the new solutions are going to require us to reach across disciplinary lines. Policymakers and scientists in the future are going to have to be able to be multidisciplinary in their education. And so we believe that graduates of this program will be well suited and in high demand in the future to address those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions or comments?
I just want to thank y'all for being here, but also for the innovation, being the first in the nation to do a program like this. That's very innovative. So thank you for reaching out and proposing these programs to students in the state.
In light of the heat wave that the world is going through and thoughtfulness to the environment, I'll make them.
All right, do I have a motion? I have a motion to approve the request from Tarleton State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Animal and Natural Resource Sciences. I have a motion made by Ms. Schwartz. May I have a second? Second. A second by Ms. Thomas. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Agenda item 10N3 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from Texas A&M University for a Bachelor's of Arts and a Bachelor's of Science in Journalism. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item, and Mary gave me some notes on it. Oh, one of the members, Mrs. Sam, is attending virtually. But oh, well, there you are. Elizabeth will present this and Mrs. Sam will speak.
Texas A&M University is seeking approval to offer a Bachelor of Science degree and a Bachelor of Arts degree in journalism. The proposed programs would require 120 semester credit hours and would begin in the fall of 23. The proposed programs would be offered in person to students in College Station. And that concludes my remarks on this program.
Thank you. And for the record, I'm Alan Sams, the Provost Vice President for Academic Affairs and Chief Academic Officer at Texas A&M University. Chair Farias, Vice Chair Williams, members of the board, and Commissioner Keller, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today about our unwavering and strong commitment to the journalism program and the proposed Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Science in Journalism degrees at Texas A&M University. In 2022, there were over 1,500 available journalist positions in Texas alone. This figure from the Bureau of Labor Statistics notes that jobs for news analysts, reporters, and journalists are expected to increase in the coming decade. Journalism graduates also work outside the media industry in such areas as corporate communication, public relations, and as content creators for nonprofit organizations, marketing agencies, public relations firms, and even educational institutions. While there are other journalism programs in the state, that number of available positions I just referenced indicates there is still need for growth. Furthermore, as journalism has continued to develop in the digital age, the information itself, as well as the technologies and functions, have all rapidly changed as well, so that students need a multidisciplinary approach to their education. That is what makes our program that we're proposing unique. Through our extensive academic and strategic partnerships and our propensity for blending disciplines, Texas A&M is strongly and uniquely positioned to provide students with such an education and a wide array of immersive professional experiences to make them uniquely competitive in the job market. Our proposed Bachelor of Science in Journalism will require students to have a specialization by minoring in the science discipline. Through our strengths in science and technology at Texas A&M, and by partnering with our other programs such as our Data Science Institute and our world-renowned visualization program, Texas A&M will be able to provide students that cutting-edge multidisciplinary training. Furthermore, through our vast network, both within the university and with our many partners, the required student internships will provide real-world experience. One such example is the 12th Man Productions, which trains about 100 sports journalist students a year in their $12 million studio and production facilities, handling the reporting, production, and design for all Aggie athletics. Similarly, our proposed Bachelor of Arts in Journalism will give students opportunities to take advantage of both science and humanities programs at Texas A&M. Through our partnerships with the Bush School of Government and Public Service, just as an example, in both Texas and Washington, D.C., we are strongly positioned to prepare students for careers in government reporting, public policy, and community development. Our land-grant institution status also provides us community and local networks to help address news and information deserts in rural areas. This journalism degree will be administered by the Department of Communication and Journalism and the College of Arts and Sciences. The department has strong leadership from an experienced department head. It has 45 full-time faculty members, including 4 full-time faculty members in journalism. An additional 7 faculty members in the department teach courses that span communications and journalism. Searches for 8 additional full-time journalism faculty members have been approved for hiring over the next 3 years, with 4 in this coming year. If approved, about 50 students who are already enrolled at Texas A&M are expected to transition to the new program this fall. And about 50 freshmen are expected to enter the program this fall. Nearly 300 Texas A&M journalism majors are expected by the program's 5th year. I hope this gives you a little bit of a sense of the program, its uniqueness, the strength of the university, and our commitment to moving it forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions. We appreciate your consideration.
Any questions or comments?
Comment for you.
Just surprised they don't already have a journalist. Today, child C would be added.
We used to have one. I think it was the victim of a budget reduction where it got consolidated into the communication department to fix some budgetary efficiencies and maybe leverage some of the disciplinary similarities in journalism at that time. That was in 2004, I believe, during a budget economic downturn. However, journalism has drastically changed in the digital age. And there is a great need to bring it back. And journalism never went away when we consolidated the program, just the major was sunsetted as it was merged. But now we seek to bring it back in its own right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just a comment, I guess something, I just got through reading George H.W. Bush's biography, and I think a big reason of putting his presidential library there on campus was the system and A&M's collective mission to preserve intellectual honesty, intellectual truth, and intellectual diversity. And I'm excited, just as a Texas A&M law student myself, to see what you guys can do with this program, because I think everybody would agree right now. Journalism is interesting, and I think there's a lot of things that can be corrected in journalism on both sides of society. And I'm excited to see you guys foster this program in the next 2 years and hopefully rally Texans together over the next decades with intellectual truth. So.
Thank you for your support. We really seek to bring a high degree of innovation to how we approach journalism. That was one of the multidisciplinary aspects that I talked about. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas A&M University for a Bachelor's of Arts and a Bachelor's of Science in Journalism? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion by Ms. Thomas. May I have a second? Second by Ms. Hawk. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 10.4 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Austin for a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing degree to Doctor of Nursing Practice degree in Nurse Practitioner. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item. Alexis Studevbergen. Steinbergen.
Never happened.
Dean of School of Nursing, Alexandria Garcia, Assistant Dean for Graduate Program, School of Nursing is also available. And I'll let you introduce yourself.
Directly from the Academic Budget Office of the Provost.
All right, thank you. Elizabeth will present the item and then we'll get remarks from the institution. Elizabeth.
The University of Texas at Austin is seeking approval to offer a formula-funded post-baccalaureate doctor of nursing practice. The new degree option would provide a streamlined pathway for baccalaureate-prepared registered nurses to earn a DNP, or a doctor of nursing practice, while simultaneously acquiring the education needed for the APRN certification, or the Advanced Practice Registered Nurse certification. The formula-funded post-baccalaureate DNP track would comprise approximately 72 to 75 semester credit hours, about 20 hours fewer and 1 hour shorter than earning the Master of Science in Nursing and DNP's degrees separately. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller, Chairman Arias. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I don't think I can add too much to what Ms. Mayer said. I don't want to be repetitive, but I think this is a natural progression for our programs. We have always really focused on quality and consistency. This is a national trend, not a trend, but a national strong message nationally that the Doctor of Nursing practice is becoming the preferred degree for nurses who are seeking advanced practice nursing certifications, so nurse practitioners and clinical nurse specialists. So we do have that option right now. They run as separate programs. This is a way to make it a streamlined program and again, avoid some duplication. So we do not, we will continue the DNP program we have now is an option 3 self-supported program that is postmasters, that you may have an advanced practice degree or not necessarily. You could have a regular master's in nursing. So our plan is to continue that, and those programs will, operate in tandem. I'll be happy to take any questions. Colleagues have anything to add?
Good morning. I don't have much to add, but I will say that saving our students a year's worth of time and tuition is important to us. And we have many in our postmasters program who have graduated with a master's degree and have to come back to get their DNP. So we're trying to be responsive to their needs as well.
I just have a comment. First of all, Dean Alexa is stepping down as the dean of the nursing school. So thank you for all your work over the years. I know you'll still be on faculty though. UT Austin Nursing, and thank you all for being here. But more importantly, during the pandemic, nursing has really taken a tough time as physicians and all healthcare workers in our state. So I applaud the work that y'all are doing and have continued to do. We have a big nursing shortage in our state. Commissioner cited 41,000 in the future. And so the work that you have done, I'm very familiar with, obviously, UT Austin, but thank you for all the work that you do for help educating nurses. And one of the big things Commissioner talked about is we talk about PhDs and faculty, but nursing faculty is so important to be able to, we all say we have shortages in healthcare, but we also need teachers, professors to teach the students, because we can open up more programs and opportunities for nursing, but we have to have the instructors and professors. And so thank you for all you do from that standpoint. That's very important. So we appreciate all the work that you all do.
Thank you. I'll add that this streamlined program will help us prepare nursing faculties quicker.
Anyone else? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at Austin for a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing degree to Doctor of Nursing Practice degree in Nurse Practitioner?
So moved.
I have a motion by Dr. Chris, may I have a second by Ms. Hawk? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Agenda. Our next agenda item is 10N5, is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas at Tyler for a Master's of Science in Speech Language Pathology. Elizabeth will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Ahmed Abdallah, Assistant Professor and Program Director for Communication Sciences and Disorders. Dr. David Criswell, Professor and Chair of Department of Kinesiology and Interim Chair of the Department of Rehabilitation Sciences, are also available to answer questions and to provide comments and answer questions. Elizabeth.
The University of Texas at Tyler is seeking approval to offer a Master of Science in Speech Language Pathology. The proposed program would require 54 semester credit hours and would begin in the fall of 2024. The proposed program would be offered in person to students in Tyler. The program is accredited by the council. The speech language pathology programs are accredited by the Council on Academic Accreditation in Audiology and Speech Language Pathology. And the institution is currently in the process of seeking that accreditation. And that concludes my remarks on this program.
Good afternoon. I would just like to thank the board for allowing us to present this program. The School of Health Professions at UT Tyler is a relatively new academic entity, and we're committed to providing, supporting, and providing and proposing new programs in the health professions with the goal of improving health outcomes for these students.
Good morning. Thank you for reviewing our application proposal. This is a program in speech language pathology, and there's a big shortage of speech language pathologists nationally. And in the state of Texas alone, it is 50% shortage. This program begins with 16 students and increases to 25 by its fifth year. We have received the approval for our readiness for candidacy approval by the American Speech Language Hearing Association. The program will have a clinic as part of the Health Science Center at UT Tyler, and we'll be providing diagnostic and therapy services throughout the lifespan, from birth through old age. It is quite exciting. There aren't many programs around within a 60-mile radius, and there's a high need for the program. We have an undergrad program, and students have been traveling very far to go to grad school. So this will contribute also to the development of the East Texas region in general. Thank you.
Is the program totally in person, or is it a component for online?
It's 100% in person.
Any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the presenters for being here, coming from East Texas. I think there's a lot of great things happening in healthcare in East Texas with the approval of this board of a new medical school recently, and having a lot of friends and colleagues from that part of the state. Thank you for bringing programs like this one to the board.
Anyone else? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the Texas from the University of Texas at Tyler for a Master's of Science in Speech Language Pathology. May I have a motion? Have a motion, Ms. Hall. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Schwartz. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 10.6. Agenda item 10.6 is consideration of possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston for a Master's of Science in Anesthesiology. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. I'll let all of you. Moreno, I got you. But we have representatives from the institution that will be here to answer questions. And members, we also received written testimony against this agenda item. You each have a copy of the written testimony in front of you, and the testimony will be posted on the agency's website after the meeting. Elizabeth.
Okay. The University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston is proposing a Master of Science in Anesthesia or MSA degree program in anesthesia. The proposed program would be the first Master of Science in Anesthesia program at a public institution in Texas. The program requires 99 semester credit hours, the minimum required by the Commission on Accreditation of Allied Health Education Programs for accreditation, designed to be completed in 24 to 48 months. And this concludes my remarks on this program.
Commissioner and members of the board, on behalf of my colleagues, I'd like to first thank you all for the opportunity to discuss our proposal. There exists a significant anesthesia provider shortage in the state of Texas. The pandemic has further worsened that shortage. The anesthesiology assistant profession has been around for decades. It's come to Texas in 2010 to help address that shortage. And each year since, we've seen increase in demand in this profession. Our department of anesthesiology is one of the biggest departments in the nation. We have extensive experience in education. Our department has received accolades and recognition nationwide and worldwide. We're also located in the Texas Medical Center, which allows us the privilege of high acuity cases, working with leaders in medicine and partnering with other big institutions in the medical center. So when you combine our department's experience in education and our practice location, it really makes for an excellent training grounds for anesthesia care providers. So with that in mind, UT Health Houston and our department, the Department of Anesthesiology, Critical Care, and Pain Medicine, would like to address the shortage of anesthesia care providers, take our educational endeavors to the next level with the addition of a Master of Science in Anesthesia program that will be housed under the McGovern Medical School. I'd like to hand it off to my colleague, Dr. Rashida Ikeadoro. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to come and share this exciting program with you. I am an associate professor of anesthesiology in Houston and have been for the past 10 years. During that entire time, I have already been educating not only residents, fellows, medical students, dental students, nurses, but also anesthesiologist assistants. So these students are already being trained in Texas and have been for over 10 years, including here in Austin. The issue is that the students are currently being trained by a private entity, and they are utilizing UT faculty like myself, and Dr. Vanga, and our resources to train their students. So this is not necessarily a novel program. The students are already being educated in Texas. What we're asking to do is to have UT have its own first program, the first public institution having a Master of Science in Anesthesia in Texas, and to really claim ownership of these students of our own. We are training them without having the advantage of tuition reimbursement. We are not able to influence their practices afterwards. So some of them do stay in Texas, but we are confident that if we train these students from day one, we are able to retain more of them in the workforce in Texas. Thank you very much.
Good morning, my name is Kevin Brennan, I'm Senior Vice President for Academic and Faculty Affairs for UT Health Houston. And I think I just want to bring up two salient points to add to what you've already heard. The first is that, again, we have been partnered with an outside private entity for a number of years in training these anesthesiology assistants. And we've done so very successfully, but we've done so as a vendor. And we think it's time that the University of Texas run its own operation, its own degree program to take full advantage of the 2 million plus patient encounters that we have per year for UT Health Practice Plan. Second point I'd like to raise is that both that current arrangement that we've been involved with, as well as our CRNA training program at the Cizik School of Nursing for the last 5 years, both report 100% graduate placement. So we do not see these as competing programs. We do not see a dearth of training opportunities in our local environment in Houston. So we are in full support of running these programs simultaneously and independently to complement the strengths we have in the anesthesiology program.
Madam Chair, so I'm a healthcare provider, so I understand, the situation, but we have new board members, and I want to look at the high level, the UT Health Science Center. Its overall compass of the system at the medical center in Houston. And then you mentioned McGovern, which I'm very familiar with, McGovern UT Medical School in Houston. Can you give a synopsis of how UT Health Science Center and how that works in with McGovern? Just other than just the program request for the new board members.
Sure, so UT Health Science Center in Houston, which we now call UT Health Houston, it's a little bit shorter. So we've got 6 active schools. In fact, we just have approval for a 7th school. These are schools of health professions, a school of dentistry, McGovern Medical School, Cizik School of Nursing, and several more. So all of these schools have independent deans, they have independent student bodies that all are working under the umbrella of UT Health. So they are resourced from our central administration office. And for example, my office would work with individuals, faculty, assistant deans, and the deans at the schools to grow and build new programs, exactly like we're presenting to you today.
And so that just kind of gives the board members like a big picture of how UT Health, particularly Houston, operates. And then as Dr. Longo had mentioned, this proposal is a request for specifically training at McGovern UT Houston Medical School.
I have a question. Could you explain how this, the anesthesiology assistants, how this degree could potentially build towards more degrees? Would one get this degree be able to work in a more limited capacity? Do the students go on to become CRNAs or other fields? In healthcare, we look for those pathways.
Traditionally speaking, it is a terminal degree, it is a terminal master's degree. However, there are several cases of anesthesiology assistants wanting to further their education, and the common pathways for them to apply.
Any additional comments?
So have you guys, go ahead, Mr. Roy. I was gonna say, so have you all reviewed the public testimony? You had a chance to see that? So how would you, I would say reviewed or make comments to that? This is your opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you very much for that opportunity to respond. What we would say is this is very similar to the discussion between nurse practitioners and PAs. While they function similarly clinically, the training background for those two pathways is different. This is the same exact thing. Where clinically, as a part of the anesthesia care team, nurse anesthetist and anesthesiologist assistants function the same clinically with physicians and us supervising them in the hospital. And so it's just a different training pathway to make sure that we're fulfilling the job shortage that we have in anesthesia. We have become very, very popular because of how skilled we are and making everyone comfortable when, God forbid, you need a procedure done. And so we just want to make sure that we have well-trained, safe, quality care providers who are available and willing to train in this capacity. And as the board mentioned before, there is a shortage of nurses in Texas, and so this is another opportunity to support a different training background to fulfill the gaps that we have. Thank you so much.
So I think we'd also add that, you know, there may be legitimate reasons for discussion about the different provider modalities and how they. But we don't think that should apply to the education. We think they can be educated independently and serve the state of Texas in their own unique ways.
Mr. Wilson, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just, so your outside vendor, how many, students do you have in that program, currently?
So historically, over the last 10 years, when that vendor began, they started off with 14 students 10 years ago. This program has become so popular and so, essentially they have ramped up to 30 students per year. Now, they did, after the pandemic, decrease enrollment to 14 students per year, and that's the current class. But now they're already have admitted or plan to enroll 24 students again with the upcoming class that would start in 2024.
And are those, students through the outside vendor, are they studying in the Houston area or are they outside Houston?
Yes, sir. So there are 14 students currently who study in Houston, and there are about 6 students who study in Austin. The plan is for them to go back up to 24 students who will be studying in Houston and to expand the Austin location to have 6 to 8 students.
Yeah, because one of the cases was made is that if we were to grant your program, that would possibly eliminate or cause a clog in the clinical sites available in Houston for the CRNA students. And maybe I'm reading it wrong, but what my sizing up of it is, if you allow this pathway in, then that will somehow defer or and cause CRNA students not to have available opportunities. And I know you have your own CRNA program.
I would respond to that by saying, I don't think I think there's a plethora of opportunities, especially in our Houston area. We are very close with the private institution that we've been partners with for the past decade. And they have alternative locations for their students to attend once we hopefully start our program. And I think the same thing applies with nurse anesthetists. We are not going to take our AA students and place them in locations where our current ENP program students are housed. They have their own locations. So this is simply where our current private institution students are located, where our UT Health Houston students.
Yeah, so really through your outside vendor, 2/3 of your current program are operating in Houston under this same. And so in theory, if you did it internally, 16 of those would automatically already be in the system and not interfering with others. Is that correct?
You are correct. And we previously, prior to the pandemic, were housing 26 of these students who were students of the outside university.
Couple of questions for staff, actually. Are these two public testimony, they are representing the organization or just personal testimony? Is it representing organization?
I believe it's the organization.
So it comes with a organizational letterhead and with the person signing as an officer of the organization. I just want to make sure that it's organizational opposition or personal opposition.
So,
I believe, so I received a copy of this, but I believe it's through,
But he's a representative.
Mary,
We are
to
waiting to.
see how it comes in, because I just received a copy of this, so I'm not sure. I think it's through our portal, but I'm not sure.
Absolutely. The public testimony comes into our portal on our website.
Okay,
The person submitting it indicates
like that,
who they are and whether they're representing themselves. This is exactly how it's entered on the
also,
website, minus their personal information. The only thing not printed yet is their personal email and phone number.
so I could treat that as a personal opposition.
Yeah, that's what I would think. It looks like they're not speaking for all 5,000 CRNA nurses, some of which are already in your.
This is the one I'm trying to get at, is usually you have organization letterhead with officers signing and things like that nature. So I'm treating it as personal testimony, but also the second question is the staff, when you look at the needs of this particular program, is convinced that we do have a needs in the Greater Houston area
Yes.
that we need that program. Okay.
Yes, and I think, to the point that they've made, and they can feel free to correct this since this is their space, it's just a different pathway. You know, so the people that are going into the CRNA programs are registered nurses. People that are going into AA aren't necessarily registered nurses, but want to get into the health workforce. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but that is my understanding.
That's absolutely correct. Traditionally, the students that enter an MSA program, they're traditionally pre-medical students. And at some point, they make a career decision where they opt to not go to medical school and rather apply to the Master of Science in Anesthesia program. That's typically what we're working with.
Yeah, so Mr. Long brings up an interesting point. I'm a former state president of a healthcare association in the state. And that's a good point because usually when we would do things like that, with advocacy or issues like this, you would list the president of your association, right, or officers. But my question also is more, I think maybe a little bit more detail in terms of we talked about, I think needs are very important, but also as far as the associations, has anybody chimed in to you all personally about this, or as far as the professional associations?
So we do, so first and foremost, as Dr. Moran mentioned, we're academic physicians, we're educators. That's really our purpose and our mission. We do have counter letters from Texas Academy of Anesthesiologist Assistants and from our National Society, the American Society of Anesthesiologists, in support of this program.
On letterhead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, luckily for you all to have the opportunity to say that, because I think being, in organizations like that, that's important as well.
I think it's really clear on the written testimony that it is representing the two organizations. They very explicitly say, this is who we represent, and we are submitting our comments in opposition. So I'm not going to give this more credence than it's worth, but I think it's important not to diminish it either. They're making very clear that they're representing both of those organizations, the Texas Association and the American Association.
Yeah, I think that's my point too, Ms. Hawk, is that I think if people analyze this and it's really, I think there's several issues here, but access and providing care for our population is very important as well. Kate?
Yeah, so on these two public testimonies, it looks like both of them had concern about the lack of healthcare background for the master's route. Is there clinical baked into that education, or is it saying that the CRNAs have, looks like anywhere from 2 to 3 years of clinical experience before they go and get the anesthesia certification? So
It is exactly the same. This is primarily a clinical training program. Physicians like myself, I'm a pediatric anesthesiologist. And so that means that I care for children who are smaller than my bag, who are born prematurely, all the way to children who are 18 years of age. I have gained the confidence of parents over the last decade in caring for these children. And I know that these are the most valuable members of people's families. We would absolutely not put any of Texas citizens in danger for any reason. So we are training these students already for the last decade how to correctly and appropriately manage as a valued member of an anesthesia care team, and they function exactly as the nurse anesthetists do on the anesthesia care team, led and supervised by an anesthesiologist like myself and an anesthesiologist like Dr. Fink. The training is clinical.
So then following that up, I guess if somebody was looking at this prospective career route, just on a time and tuition scale, it's smarter to do pre-med, like you said, and then go straight into the master's program because you're saving time and money ultimately?
Kind of depends on your ultimate goals. I think So, and for those of you that are not involved in healthcare, there is a degree that's abbreviated, and we call it PA, which is a physician assistant. And that's a very commonly known degree. That is a master's degree. That is also heavily clinical based. So essentially, the MSA degree, the AA degree, is the same thing. It's just very specific to anesthesia. Due to the nature of our practice, high acuity cases in the operating room, we feel that during their time in the master's program, the entire time needs to be spent learning specifically anesthesia.
I'm curious to know, because this board oversees formula funding and health related things. I've looked recently at the residency programs for anesthesiology, but I know this makes sense, y'all are academic folks too, teaching. Do you feel there's enough residencies in anesthesiology in the state?
Well, I can tell you, UT Health Houston, our anesthesia residency program is one of the largest in the nation. We like to say we're in the top 5 as the numbers change frequently. And I personally receive dozens of calls from all over Texas, from former graduates, former employers asking for our residents. And I cannot ever give them because all of our residents gainfully have employment prior to graduation.
Usually in Texas.
Yeah.
We need more. And you said two things that resonates with this board that I want to reiterate. 100% replacement, 100% placement, meaning when you get this, you get a job. That's a good thing. And the other one is the possibility of you staying in Texas. We want you to stay in Texas. We want our state to thrive and be all of that. We want people to come here and stay. Any additional comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston for a Master's of Science in Anesthesia? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Have a motion by Ms. Hawk. May I have a second? I'll second. Second by Ms. Schwartz. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Agenda item 10N7 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston for a Doctor of Clinical Nutrition in Clinical Nutrition. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item. And we have representatives from the institution with us, Dr. Elizabeth Lyons, Chair and Associate Professor for Nutrition, Metabolism, and Rehabilitation Sciences, Dr. Claudia Celia Potts, Professor and Director of Clinical Nutrition, and Blair Brown, Assistant Professor and Program Director, Master of Science in Dietetic Internship, are also available for questions and comments. Ms. Mayer.
The University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston is seeking approval for a Doctor of Clinical Nutrition, or DCN, degree program in clinical nutrition. As I mentioned yesterday, the proposed program would be the first DCN program in Texas. The DCN is distinct from the PhD degree in nutrition sciences. Whereas the PhD is an academic research-based degree, the DCN aims to prepare students for advanced clinical skills and leadership in public health settings. The proposed program would require 48 semester credit hours beyond a master's degree. That concludes my remarks for the program.
Thank you for having us. My name is Blair Brown. I am a registered dietitian nutritionist. I worked at UTMB for 12 years now. My background is actually critical care medicine, organ transplant, and I recently have come over into the academic side and have now been teaching our graduate students. Only 3% of dietitians actually have a doctoral degree, and in January 2024, our entry-level degree is now moving to a master's degree. So as a profession, we are going to need doctorally trained dietitians to now train our master's level graduates. This degree, like Ms. Mayer stated, is a post-professional degree with a more clinical emphasis rather than your traditional PhD program. It will be 48 credits, online only, because we know most of our students are going to be actively working, most likely full-time, as we anticipate anywhere from 3 to 5 years for program completion for all of our applicants.
Thank you for having us. I'm Dr. Celia Potts. I am a registered dietitian and I've been in practice for over I want to say that our dietetics program is very, very low in terms of doctorally trained programs. We have 110,000 members and less than 3% of doctoral degrees. Moving to entry level as a master's degree, we definitely need more doctorally trained program individuals. We also require to meet that standard for the strategic plan for the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. This is the first in Texas. I was instrumental in starting the second DCN in the country at the University of North Florida, where I was before I moved here. And so it is imperative that we do have this program to continue increasing the level of training.
I'm here to give the perspective of the department and the School of Health Professions and UTMB as a whole. We have an enormous amount of support from our school. We are a relatively small department, but we're planning to hire around 5, potentially more new faculty, hopefully doctoral level registered dietitians to support this program. And it fits in very well and will help us build our clinical and research capabilities. Part of the reason why a DCN is so important is because currently in our field, there's a little bit of a silo between people who are engaged primarily in research and primarily in clinical practice. And one of UTMB's major foci is translational science and translational research, basically taking research and moving it to where it's helping actual. And by having this DCN program, we'll be able to focus much more on bringing researchers and clinicians together. I'm primarily a researcher, and I'm really excited about the opportunity to take some of the things that I do and see it work on actual people instead of being stuck in my office. I'm very excited about this program.
Thank you. Members, any comments?
Good comment, Madam Chair. So first of all, thank you all for being here. So UTMB obviously is known for its medical school, right? But Dr. Lyons, you mentioned about the other health areas. Can you tell us a little bit about those other areas?
Sure. We're in the School of Health Professions, which is where PT, OT, clinical laboratory sciences, respiratory care, and nutrition are housed. UTMB also has a new School of Public Health and nursing school, and we will be using faculty from all of those schools and hopefully have some participation from other students in interprofessional activities in this new program as well. We're very excited about the potential for this program being kind of a model for the rest of the School of Health Professions. We've already had other departments in the school ask us to see our materials because they're thinking about trying to look more into terminal clinical degrees as opposed to having this kind of separation of research only, instead of having this kind of liaison and leader who would be able to speak to both researchers and clinicians and live in that space in between.
Thank you.
Any additional comments, questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston for a Doctor of Clinical Nutrition and Clinical Nutrition? May I have a motion?
So.
A motion by Dr. Frias. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Thomas. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations. Agenda item 10N8 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley for a Doctor of Philosophy in Materials Science and Engineering. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item, and Karen Lozano, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, and Jana Arney.
Dr. Bailey, I'm here.
You've got the president himself.
I'm like-
She's back there though.
You could not do that. Okay. Welcome.
All righty, the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley is seeking approval for a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in Material Science and Engineering. The proposed program would require 54 semester credit hours beyond a master's degree or 75 semester credit hours beyond a bachelor's degree. The program would be offered face-to-face on the UTRGV campuses, primarily in Edinburgh, where most material science and engineering labs are located, starting in the fall of 2023. The proposed program would build on the material science track in UTRGV's existing MSM program in mechanical engineering, and it would be the first doctoral program in UTRGV's College of Engineering and Computer Science. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you, first of all, for your partnership over the last 8 years. We're 8 years old as an institution now, and we've made a lot of progress. Oh, thank you, because of your help. So thank you so much. We think this program serves not only the needs of the Rio Grande Valley, and it really does. We have many students who really can't go away for doctorates, but who are very well qualified, very well prepared. But we think it serves the needs of the state as well. If you look at the current doctoral students we have, virtually all of them are Texas residents. 77% of them are Hispanic. If you look at just PhD students, 56%. So as you can see, we serve the state of Texas and have a unique niche there. This also works well for our faculty strengths. I have a faculty member with me, Dr. Karen Lozano. She was our first National Academy of Engineering member. Dr. Lozano is the first person ever to spend her entire career at Hispanic serving institution to be admitted to the National Academy. And so she started with us at the beginning. She's been with us through the entire way, and she sort of reached the pinnacle. But it gets better than that. As far as I know, as far as I can determine, she is the only National Academy member who also has an Emmy Award. Yeah, she works out of both sides of her mind. And so her documentary Energy and You, which is aimed at elementary school kids, is really quite remarkable. So, Dr. Lozano, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, definitely. So thank you. As you mentioned, as Dr. Bailey mentioned, I've been at the institution for 24 years. And I've seen a remarkable transition through all of these years when, our Office of Sponsored Research had 2 people, and we were just entirely a teaching institution, and naively we wanted to start research and move on with research. And now, with great leadership, we're moving into this research opportunity right now. And I've seen how the research projects are changing the lives of our students, are changing the future of our region, the lives of the families of our students. So it's about time, to have this PhD program, which will continue to open opportunities. And you guys are really making history by, allowing the program to start, to continue, and it will just be an immense help to grow the region, not just in the educational opportunities, but also in the economic growth of South Texas. So I don't know if you have more questions.
So I have a comment, of course. Dr. Bailey, your leadership has been outstanding, and Dr. Lozano, congratulations on the Academy membership. That is a big deal in higher education nationally, but just for the portion of the state, which is the fastest growing in the state of Texas, South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, where I live, grew up. It's just great to allow students the opportunity to study at home that can't afford, don't want to leave home for various circumstances, having to work and be with their families. But to provide opportunities like this, not like Dr. Bailey said, not only prospers the valley, but really the whole state of Texas, and meets the needs. And so congratulations on bringing this doctoral program in first in the area there. And so thank you all for number one being here, Dr. Bailey. You're very busy, President. We appreciate you always showing up on programs and being here, and everything that y'all are doing to improve the quality of life and opportunities to higher education for the valley and the whole state. So we appreciate all of you.
Go ahead.
Just want to do a quick question. How do you get the Emmy Award? People say engineer is very boring, so
breaking stereotypes. They say that bad communicators were boring, you know. So, yes.
I appreciate that.
He's jealous.
He's an engineer, you can tell.
Didn't realize, engineer.
Oh, no.
We rock. That's all I say. Any additional questions and comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley for a Doctor of Philosophy in Materials Science and Engineering?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, a motion from Dr. Wong, a second from Dr. Frias. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
Okay, I think our last agenda item is agenda item 10N9 is consideration and possible action to approve the request from the University of North Texas for a Doctor of Philosophy in Human Performance and Movement Science. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item. Dr. Jacob Bingren, Kinesiology, Health and Promotion and Recreational Department Chair, and Dr. Randy Balmer, Dean of College of Education, is also available to give us comments and answer questions.
The University of North Texas is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in Human Performance and Movement Science. This program is focused on exercise physiology and is rooted in scientific and academic study, while kinesiology and exercise science include more application and practice-based components. The proposed program would require 54 semester credit hours beyond a master's degree and 90 semester credit hours beyond a bachelor's degree and would begin in the fall of 2023. The proposed program would be offered in person to students in Denton. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I'm Randy Bulmer, the College of Education at UNT, and we're very excited about this proposed program because it will address human movement and physical activity and the relationship of physical activity and exercise to health. And so this will have an impact on our region and on the state. We have really strong faculty in this area. We have really active research labs, and in a sense that resource for the state and for the region is not being used as well as it could. We can apprentice new researchers and new experts in this area to contribute to to the health of Texans. This proposed program will expand UNT's ability to contribute to the North Texas region through its portfolio of research. This will add a STEM-related PhD program as well as a health-related PhD program to UNT's offerings. So we're very enthusiastic about it.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to mention, it's a Department of Hours are very popular majors at the undergraduate and graduate level. Most universities, departments such as ours are the biggest or among the biggest. So there's both a push and a pull relationship here. There's a lot of students that are interested in this area, and there's a lot of employment opportunities for graduates, especially out of the doctoral program. In the state of Texas alone, there are 60 plus undergraduate programs in our area. There are 65 graduate programs. There's a large need for faculty. In the biomedical sector, especially in the DFW area, is rapidly growing, and there's a huge demand for highly trained researchers in this area to support that growing infrastructure or,
Questions or comments?
Just want to say thank you for being here for Denton, and I think it's great to bring proposals like this to your university, so thank you.
A quick question for you. Do you all have a relationship with the Cooper Clinic in Dallas?
We do have not a formal relationship, but we have a lot of informal relationships with several faculty that currently work or have worked with individuals, including myself.
And when I hear the program, it sounds like we would be a good vehicle for the Cooper Clinic. And for those of you who don't know, the Cooper Clinic is kind of like a world-renowned clinic. Basically, you go and a lot of
like firefighters, policemen, doctors, nurses, they all go and train there and learn about the body and exercising and physical fitness, trainers go there to get certified. And so it's a really cool place. I believe it was President Bush's doctor was there, and I think Laura Bush's doctor was there as well. So, but anyway, it's right in your backyard. So I thought it was excellent. Any additional comments or questions? There are none. Do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas, University of North Texas for a Doctor of Philosophy in Human Performance and Movement Science? May I have a
Motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Clemmer, and I'll make the second, Donald Williams. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This concludes the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success part of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, we're moving on to agenda item 11, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee chaired by Emma Schwartz. Ms. Schwartz.
Good afternoon. During the Agency Operations Committee meeting yesterday, the committee approved the minutes from the April 2023 AOC meeting, the agent's operating budget for the fiscal years 2024 and 2025, the Texas Department of Information Resources interagency contract budget for data center services, the annual internal audit plan, and the annual state compliance monitoring plan. The committee also received a report on grants and contracts, an update on the 88th legislative session, a review of the fiscal year 2023 financial report, discussion of the audit of agency-wide financial statements by KPMG, an update on internal audit reports and activities, as well as an update on state and federal compliance monitoring and reports and activities. Agenda item 11B was approved on consent. Agenda item 11C is consideration of adopting the agency's operating budget for the fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Anthony Infantini, the Chief Financial Officer and Assistant Commissioner for Finance, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As you've heard the last 2 days, there have been significant investment in higher education, and a lot of that is reflected in the operating budget that we walked through yesterday through the presentation. And just as a quick reminder, the budget that we're proposing to adopt is a combination of both House Bill 1, which was the General Appropriations Act, and Senate Bill 30, which was the Supplemental Appropriations Bill. And House Bill 1 also included a number of contingency items related to legislation that has passed during the recent session. There's a lot to implement, and I think the last step for us to kind of really dig into that implementation is the formal approval. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on the items and request approval.
It's a great budget, so thank you. Do we have any questions? If not, can I have a motion to approve the agency's operating budget for the fiscal years 2024 and 2025?
So moved.
Mr. Wilson, second.
Second.
By Ms. Williams. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passed. Then item 11B, the consideration and possible action to approve the Texas Department of Information Resources interagency contract budget for the data service center services. Again, Mr. Infantini, Chief Financial Officer and Assistant Commissioner for Finance will present.
Thank you. So tied to that budget, there's our capital budget provisions, and data center services is a capital budget rider that really dictates a lot of IT purchases and procurements and our servers, and a lot of our technology initiatives need to run through this budget item. Agencies are required to kind of enter into these interagency contracts every 2 years. So the amount requested is really tied to the operating budget you all just approved, giving us hopefully enough flexibility that we can kind of operate smoothly and get our items procured and get the budget implemented as well as possible. That recommend approval.
I have a motion to approve the Texas Department of Information Resources interagency contract budget for data center services. So moved. Ms. Hawk. Seconded by
Second.
Dr. Finance. Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Agenda item 11E is consideration and possible action to adopt the annual internal audit plan for fiscal year 2024. Mr. Paul Mayer, Interim Assistant Commissioner for Internal Audit and Compliance, will present this item and be available to answer any questions. Welcome to me.
Good afternoon. Paul Mayer, Interim Assistant Commissioner, Internal Audit and Compliance. We talked a little bit yesterday about both of these plans, internal audit and compliance monitoring. Just a reminder, internal audit plan was developed using both internal and external stakeholder input. We've got the risks involved with the agency, which there are many and significant, and development plan that you see attached. And with that, I see.
We have a motion to approve the annual internal audit plan for fiscal year 2024.
So moved.
Ms. Williams, and second by.
Second. We'll take this topic. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Thank you. And then piggybacking on that, agenda item 11F is consideration of possible action to adopt the annual state compliance monitoring plan for fiscal year 2024. Mr. Mayor is here to take that item.
Thank you. This plan is reference to the compliance monitoring portion of the work that we do. There's specific state statutes on the risks factors that we use for that. Those were taken into account. And the plan represents the institutions and projects we'll be looking at in the upcoming year. With that,
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the annual state compliance monitoring plan for the fiscal year 2024? Ms. Thomas, and second by Ms. Hawk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. And motion passes. This concludes the Agency Operations Committee agenda. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. We will now take up agenda item 7F, which is an update on procurement, vendor to service, student loan origination and servicing. This item will be heard in closed session. The board will meet in closed meetings to receive legal counsel in the following matters. Pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.076, the board will meet in closed session to receive an update on procurement of vendor to service student loan origination and servicing. No other business in the committee will be discussed before we reconvene in open session. It is now 12:33 p.m. and we will convene in executive session. It is my understanding we're going to do that in this room, Mary.
We're gonna stay in this room, so at this time, please, if you could all give everyone today.
So
And we'll let
everybody
you back in.
clear to the
when we
room,
take a
and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Pretty conversation.
Okay.
No change.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yes. Oh, wait,
my dad's on the board. Okay.
Mostly commuters.
Ready to put you off, it's pretty fun.
Back, it is now 12:52 PM. The executive session has concluded. And no action was taken during the executive session. The committee is now reconvened in open session and a quorum is present. This concludes our meeting. The time now is 12:52 PM. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Boy, I think I've heard like 400 times.
Second.
Bishop Lemmer, moves for adjournment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Williams. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none. Motion passes. Thank you all very much. Great meeting.
Stay cool.
Stay cool. Okay. Wait, we have a resolution for Woody Hunt.